All right. Hey, it's great to speak with everybody. There were some great sessions yesterday. Excited to kick off day 2 here at the Influencer Marketing Conference and Expo. Appreciate Ishmael having me on here. My name is Alex Hernandia, co-founder and CEO of Distinction Agency in Miami, Florida. A little bit about my background. My background's in marketing and PR. Worked for several agencies in the Miami Dolphins previously to starting Distinction Agency. And what we are is a full-service marketing and PR agency that works with athletes and social media influencers in various categories. So we have a diverse roster of individuals. The athletes we work with are in sports like the NFL, the Olympics, WNBA, Major League Baseball. We work with a skateboarder. So really diverse group of athletes that we help really monetize, outside of sports. And then on the influencer side, we work with influencers in categories like food, travel, lifestyle, health and wellness. So we really have a diverse roster of individuals that we represent and work with. And that allows us to work with a lot of great brands as well. And really what got me, into the influencer marketing industry was realizing the power, that talent and celebrities have to truly make a difference for brands. I was working for brands at the time that were, a little bit smaller at a previous agency, some startups that had great products, but really were looking to get traction in the market. And what I noticed was that if a brand brought on a brand ambassador, one guy, a brand that I was working with, they signed David Ortiz of the Boston Red Sox at the time. Somebody like that really could move the needle for them, not only on social media, but also traditional media, getting interviews, with top media outlets. And so really, saw that happening around, I would say 2015 and 16 with athletes making a difference for brands. And at the same time, influencer marketing was really emerging. And at the time, working on behalf of different brands at the agency, was finding that there wasn't, a lot of representation for influencers. There wasn't a ton of structure, and how to set up a contract and what negotiations looked like and what deliverables were. And, pricing was a little bit like the wild, wild west. Everybody, you would hear crazy numbers that were being spent for some influencers and others getting underpaid. And so, my business partner and I just really saw it as an opportunity to, jump in this market, work with talent and help them monetize their channels. And ultimately, find success. I think that's really important for us. On our roster, we've been able to bring them a lot of opportunities and work with great brands, whether it's companies in food and beverage. We've worked with Celsius Energy Drink, Coors Banquet Beer. We've worked in hospitality with companies like MGM Resorts and the Fountain Blue. We also work with fun startups. One of them is called FitLight that we've been working with over the last few months. And they just partnered with one of our WNBA athletes. So, we have a diverse roster of brands, and it's a lot of fun really to be in this space and to see how everything's moving quickly. For me, one of the questions Ishmael asked me, the last time I spoke at the conference in person and, wanted me to touch on again today is, should influencer marketing be done in-house or with an agency? And of course, I have that inherent bias of being a founder of an agency, but I really think it depends on the brand. I think brands that can have, a large influencer team in-house that can have their finger on the pulse of the industry. If you can do that and you can have a staff that's focused on all the different channels, vetting creators, negotiating on their behalf, then do it. But from my experience, what we've found is that by specializing in this field, we're able to offer a lot of value to brands and come up with different ideas for them that maybe they hadn't thought about, looking at new and emerging platforms, looking at different types of creators to work with. When you eat, sleep, and breathe this, I do believe it gives you kind of a leg up on doing it in-house. But it really, it's a case-by-case basis. It depends on the brand ultimately and what they're looking to achieve and how big that team they can build out. From my experience as well, I think one of the things that makes us unique in what we do is, influencer and athlete marketing is at the core of it, creating content for brands, posting on social. But a big element for us as well that we've been really focused on lately, and it's had a lot of success, is storytelling, whether it's on different platforms, leveraging talent in the media, really just trying to take a partnership and build out as many elements as possible, even getting creative in this environment with the pandemic of, a virtual appearance from an athlete or an influencer, interviews like we're doing right now, really just getting creative with how we approach is something that's been really important for us. And one example of that is the company I alluded to earlier, FitLight. We started working with them a few months ago, and they make a technology device that's really awesome. If you haven't checked it out, I'd encourage you to do so. They work with athletes. There's also a military and tactical application, as well as healthcare. And so we came on for them, and we're able to secure a partnership with WNBA All-Star MVP Erica Wheeler, one of our athletes. And it's been a lot of fun. We did a photo shoot in a gym here and video shoot in Miami, wearing masks, really navigating the whole situation that's going out here during the pandemic and being careful. And from that, she was able to create the content, post on her social channels, but then we were also able to mobilize, set up different interviews, and get that talked about, whether that's in podcasts or, web interviews and things of that nature. So it's been a lot of fun to work with a brand like that. Another good example of what we've been doing during the pandemic is working with a company called Celsius, an energy drink, where we have a couple athletes and a couple more traditional influencers on the fitness side, helping create content for them, and getting creative with what we're putting out there during this time. So it's been a unique kind of situation, but our agency, continues to find ways to navigate what we're doing and ultimately add value. I think that's what it's all about when you're an agency, is being a trusted partner for a company and being able to do things that they haven't been able to do before. For us, it's all about, tailoring our programs to our clients' needs, not sending them just a rate card. I think that's one of the things I don't like about influencer marketing is sometimes people are like, just send me rates. Well, it really depends what you're looking to achieve and what your goals are. And, a longer partnership is going to make more sense for you because it's going to come off as authentic. So I think that's something that's really important. Another question I got that I think is really good to talk about is emerging platforms. For a while, influencer marketing, we were focused on Instagram and YouTube. And then we had, platforms like TikTok come into the equation. And it's been really, a lot of fun from my perspective to see how everything's evolving. It can also be stressful, right? To understand, where are you going to get the most ROI, what makes sense for a company, and, where they should be putting their spend. And, for us, a question I get a lot is, what's more effective right now? Is it something like TikTok or Instagram stories even versus YouTube? Once again, it really depends. Our agency actually just published a study today. I'd encourage you to check it out on our website, distinctionagency.com, about TikTok. And we really dove into different content creators, both small and large, and really everywhere in between, analyzing over 100 and looking at their posts, both sponsored posts and non-sponsored posts, to really see if there was a difference on engagement. It's well known, I think, that on Instagram, sponsored posts sometimes won't do as well as non-sponsored posts. We found the opposite on TikTok. One of our main takeaways was that some sponsored posts are overperforming. They're doing better than just a traditional post from somebody about their daily life. Integrating a product, the algorithm's actually rewarding it. Just fascinating. I think that's something that when our team brought it to me, I was like, can you run those numbers again? Because I wanted to confirm that we're not looking at this wrong. And so would encourage you all to take a look at that study. There's some really good stuff in there. Team worked hard on it with TikTok. I also think YouTube, when I look at athletes especially, there's tremendous opportunity. Influencers have been using YouTube for years. Athletes have been a little bit more reluctant to use it. And one thing that I've really enjoyed seeing is athletes embracing the platform. One thing we've seen there.
Hi, my name is Mara Genovese. I'm the CEO and founder.
Anyways, one of the things that we've seen there with YouTube is athletes embracing the platform. If you look at the NBA, they're down in the bubble in Orlando right now. They have all the teams there in one site, trying to keep coronavirus out and get their season finished. And there's a player from the Philadelphia 76ers, Matthias Thybulle, who just launched a channel. And within, I think it was a couple days ago, he already had 66,000 subscribers in just a couple days. The first video had 270,000 views. And it was just showing his daily life in Walt Disney World in this bubble, going to practice, hanging out with his teammates, and he just launched that page. I mean, think about that. And that's a player, for the 76ers who's in the NBA, but that is not, a superstar. That is not somebody who is a huge household name, and he was able to get that kind of traction. So I think, any athlete should also be looking at YouTube and influencers as well. It's a great platform. But yeah, it's really, my advice for a brand always comes down to, what are your goals? What is the audience and demographic you're trying to reach? And let's build something out from there. If you're trying to go young, go towards TikTok. If you're trying to, look at a mainstream audience and maybe go a little bit older, YouTube and Instagram can be great plays. So it's really fascinating to be in this industry right now. Another question, that I've gotten from Ishmael, and, I think it's a really good one for anybody in the influencer space, is the talk about the TikTok ban. And, honestly, from my perspective, I don't know enough about national security to really give an opinion on if it's taking too much data versus something like Facebook or Twitter. But from my perspective as marketers, I think we have to continue to push forward and act like that's not coming. Because in the end of the day, our clients are relying on our counsel. They're relying on us, coming up with these budgets and executing these campaigns. And the last thing you can do is really, get scared and be anxious and say, well, we're not going to work on TikTok because it might get banned. If that happens, we'll cross that bridge. But from my perspective, it's a great platform. Every social platform takes a ton of your data, so it's ultimately one of those things that I'm not well versed enough, in the national security subjects to give an opinion on that. But what I would say is, if you're a brand, definitely focus on it. Another platform that's gaining traction and I'm trying to learn about consistently, and I'm excited, that they have somebody from their company speaking here later, is Triller. I think it's an awesome one. Twitch also is another great one that we've been looking at for our clients, and have some gamers coming on the roster. So it's just a lot of great opportunities out there right now. What I advise anybody, when it comes to running an influencer marketing campaign, know your audience, know what type of content creators you want to represent your brand as well. Not every brand is going to want to be represented by the same individuals. Some brands might want somebody who's outside the box, somebody who represents themselves differently. Maybe they want to look at different demographics than they ever have before. So all of those factors really matter. You got to think about not just reach, engagement, all these other things. Also think about representation. What do you want, your followers and your brand loyalists to see when they come to your page? That matters. A company who does a great job of that is Nike. They have a certain look and feel for the talent that they bring on, and ultimately, that helps them. Another question. This is a good one. Are micro influencers and nano influencers more effective than celebrities and athletes? They can be. They're not always. But what we find sometimes is that their engagement is much higher, and you can stretch your budget much longer, which is really important to think about too. Do you want one post from a huge celebrity or athlete, or would you rather use an army of micro influencers and mobilize them? It truly is something, once again, I think it depends on the brand and what they're trying to achieve. If I'm, looking at, from the brand perspective, if I have a small budget, but want to have a ripple effect, I'm going to tap into micro influencers and have more people creating content that ultimately can be used across our marketing channels. I also think, for, a brand, that really wants that one individual to be the face, then celebrities and athletes make sense. Post-COVID, my prediction for the influencer landscape is we go back towards experiential, getting individuals, more out there, doing things, that, can engage fans and audiences in person. I know we've had to pivot, and I don't know how long this is going to last. But at the end of the day, people want human interaction. They want to hang out with a cool celebrity or an athlete, or, go to an event during something like the Super Bowl. Like, people want that. I want that. And so I do think the landscape will start to go back to that, towards doing experiential. But I also think, a pandemic is something no one could have predicted, but it's also a blessing from our perspective because it challenges us, right? It's not a good thing that this is happening. It's a tragedy across the world, but it's making us better as marketers, right? We cannot just sit with the same playbook as we used before. So from that perspective, I think, trying all these different new tactics, looking at virtual things, streaming, even conferences like this, it truly, gives an opportunity to get better as a marketer. I also think, the last thing I just wanted to touch on, what was a question Ishmael asked me, previously, was a challenge running an influencer marketing agency. To me, the biggest challenge is focusing on what you want to focus on. There are so many platforms, so many brands to prospect, so many individuals you can represent, that ultimately, really having a focus on what is going to be your bread and butter as an agency is something that is a challenge, and something that we're always evaluating is what we should be focusing on. But that was a fantastic opportunity. I appreciate the time getting to speak with you all. I hope I provided some value. You can follow our agency at Distinction Agency on social media. Our website's distinctionagency.com. My personal handle is Alex090. And yeah, I look forward to connecting with all of you guys. If you ever have any questions or just want to talk shop about influencer and athlete marketing, don't hesitate to reach out.
Hi, my name is Mara Genovese. I'm the CEO and founder of Imaging Power. Imaging Power is a global influencer marketing agency. We work on creating innovative influencer marketing campaigns to help and support brands to connect with an audience worldwide. Imaging Power is headquartered in London, but we work on a global level. So our main markets are USA, Europe, Southeast Asia, Russia, and Latin. Today, I'm very excited to be here to talk with you about the Latin market. As being Brazilian myself, I've been living in London for 15 years, but having my agency here, you can imagine that we still have lots of clients in Brazil, especially, and we work quite often to supporting brands to create and penetrate in Latin. So today I will focus on Brazil. But before we go to Brazil, I wanted to talk to you about some facts about Latin. Latin today is the fourth largest market when it comes to mobile market. So that means that it's a great opportunity for brands that are considering to connect audience that are very mobile. So Brazil, we see Latin is the largest in terms of social media users. For you to have an idea, in Brazil, people spend 3.3 hours per day on social channels compared to 2.2 hours on watching TV. When you look to compare that with USA, for example, they spend per hour 2.2 hours on social versus 2.8 hours on TV. So you can see that there's a huge opportunity in terms of penetrating into this consumer social audience in Brazil. So
So this is B2B marketing and specifically the power of LinkedIn. Very big thank you to. So this is B2B marketing and specifically the power of LinkedIn. Very big thank you to Ish for bringing us on board. I've got Wes Lemos with me here today. First of all, my name is Patrick Ward. I've been on LinkedIn, like many of us, for the past 5 to 6 years, but I would say very active in the last couple of years. I'm the founder of LinkedIn Local LA, which is a networking meetup group. Specifically based here in Los Angeles, and I've used it to generate over $600,000 worth of business opportunities for a variety of app and web developers, and I think that speaks volumes to the power of this platform. And I'm joined today by Wes. Would you love to introduce yourself, Wes, and a little bit of your background?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to be here chatting with you today about this. I'm also a huge LinkedIn fan. I signed up early on and I didn't take too much advantage of it for the first maybe 5 to 10 years almost of using it. But in the last 5 years, it's been just a heavy part of my organization, what I do, what I focus on. And it's continually growing as far as the potential, what we can get from that. As far as my background, I'm kind of a serial entrepreneur, started lots of businesses, even back as far back as college. First business that I had was into stock investing, penny stocks, bulletin board stocks. which was a fun thing to do. I started a blog back before blogs were all that popular, and we feature a company every month that we'd invest in and talk about that. And we gained a lot of following in that space. We've focused on developing lots of different products online, lots of apps. I'd probably say about half the companies I started didn't go anywhere, but some of them did. So it's been a fun journey as an entrepreneur. Most recently, though, I have a web design development agency, marketing agency, and we do help lots of clients specifically with using LinkedIn better to achieve the goals that they need under their organizations.
That's an amazing overview, Wes. So where I wanted to start with is this idea of influence, right? And we know that as part of this conference, a lot of the other platforms are, to be fair, going to get more of the attention and more of the spotlight. It's going to be the things like Instagram, or it's how do you run better Facebook ads, or maybe it's something about Pinterest being an up-and-coming platform, or YouTube. But specifically want to focus here on LinkedIn, because I think there's still a misconception that, oh, well, how can I get started on LinkedIn? I'm a bit late to the game. I don't have 100,000 plus followers. And I guess I want to pose that first question to you. Do followers really matter on LinkedIn?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And it's something that sometimes people do overlook, the value of having followers and connections on LinkedIn. I would definitely personally say, from personal experience and the people that I work with, it does. I'm sure different people have different strategies. And if you're really successful in just using YouTube, then that's great. Not for everyone, but for the most businesses, most people I talk to specifically that are trying to grow their business, that have an idea that's trying to connect to other companies and even individuals, LinkedIn is an incredible platform for that. Where I see it being different is LinkedIn, to me, feels like it's much more of an interactive platform versus some other ones are more spectator platforms. So on YouTube, you have some people that post great content, good videos. Most people watch it. Very few people come in and comment and say something at the bottom of it. And it's a little different, the interaction you're getting. While on LinkedIn, I feel like everybody participates more. And so having 1,000 followers or 2,000 followers on LinkedIn, I feel can be leveraged to a much higher degree than on some of those other platforms. And I know, personal fact that the business you can get out of that, because people are on LinkedIn with the mindset already thinking, I want productivity, I want to add value to myself, I want to add some numbers to my bottom line. If someone can help me with that process and you can start that dialogue with them, it can open up some amazing doors for you. So short and kind of long answer to your question, I do feel like followers on LinkedIn is a really big deal. And so getting those followers, getting those connections is a great thing that we all should be doing more of.
That's an absolutely perfect overview, Wes, because I think what you said there, 1,000 followers can go a lot further than on other platforms. I know specifically in your example using against YouTube, 1,000 followers or 1,000 subscribers on YouTube will get you 2 cents, if that. But it only takes one of those dialogues to turn into big deals for you. I mean, we think about the types of services we can offer, and obviously being in B2B, both of us have sold varieties of app and web development services. We've sold marketing services, branding services. All of those can be, multiple thousands of dollars a month in retainers, or even if we're looking full project, you're looking at 6-figure deals. Now that only takes one person. That only takes one dialogue with the decision maker. Absolutely. So I think there's a lot of power to what you say there. So moving a bit beyond that, when we're talking about how do we start creating a dialogue, because I know you and I have seen some of the worst sins committed on LinkedIn where people still put 3 blocks, paragraphs trying to promote their service as soon as you connect with them. And obviously that sales tactic just doesn't work, and it won't ever work because people are not going to be in the mood to buy instantly. So what is the right way to begin that dialogue?
Yeah, no, I think that's great. There's been, well, I'll go back to one point that I was thinking before this, then I'll jump into your question right there. The neat thing that I also really like about LinkedIn compared to some of these other platforms is every time you have an engagement with somebody, you have access to their full work history resume immediately. And that's something you don't get on other platforms as easily. Like sometimes you do, but I think that's unique to LinkedIn in that when somebody makes a comment or when someone connects with you, you can quickly almost stalk them and find out some really interesting information about who they are, where they rank in their organization, the previous roles that they had in other organizations, a little bit about their personality. And you're starting not from zero when you say that next comment back to them. You already have full knowledge of who this person is and where that conversation could probably go with you. So going into the next question just to ask right now was about like, how do you start that conversation? I feel like we're all bombarded for time, and like yourself, we've seen things fail so many times where someone, they haven't even said anything nice, or they jump with a pitch. It's the 3 paragraphs of what they do, how they can be the best in the industry, and let's set up time to talk. Here's my phone number, or why don't you go buy my product right now? People don't really have as much. I haven't seen that be successful. And honestly, the opposite of that happens, where if that's how you're approaching people on LinkedIn, you're going to get a lot of people that are going to report that as spam. And that can trigger some flags inside of LinkedIn, and LinkedIn eventually can send you a nice little email saying, hey, please only send messages that are relevant to the people you're reaching out to. I've seen that a few times in there, and you don't want to get those kind of letters from LinkedIn. You don't want to get on their radar that way. So casual, friendly, asking questions about the other person are the approach that I would definitely recommend across the board. So if you can find out where the person's from, the university they went to, a little bit about their business, and ask them a short question, seems conversational. Oh, great. How are things going with your company? I noticed, you've been in that role for 2 years now. Are things going well for you over there? How are things in Florida right now? You guys, I feel for you. What's going on in that space? It puts the ball in their court, and everybody's flattered to talk about themselves for the most part. Not always, but I think that's just a good approach, and I've seen a lot of success with that. So I'll leave it at that. Just kind of asking good conversational questions about the other person usually tends to be a great way to start a conversation with somebody.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect summary. It's funny that when we equate it to what LinkedIn is often compared to being a networking event. Well, right. At a networking event, would you immediately start pitching your service? No, the best way, if you wanted to get any business out of a networking event, is, like you say, start a genuine conversation of genuine interest in the person who's across from you. Because unless you get to know them and build that trust, why would they buy anything from you? I can speak from personal experience. There has been certain networking events I've gone to where it has just been elevator pitch after elevator pitch, and it's not fun. And it's no more fun when it is on LinkedIn. So I think that's a really nice summary. I think that ties quite nicely into something you and I were speaking about beforehand about social selling or relationship selling. I like that. That's the term that you prefer to go by. How does LinkedIn play into that concept for you?
Right. So I've been heavily involved in using LinkedIn for myself and for a lot of my clients for quite some time now. And this idea of relationship selling has grown in the last 18 months from where I started to where I am now. In the last 6 months, I think it's starting to really click. And, personally, I've booked about 560 meetings just using LinkedIn as my primary vessel for getting these meetings with different decision makers and organizations. And that's myself and, I don't know, multiple thousands for some of my clients there on top of that. But the idea in the beginning, if you try to go in with the mindset that I'm here to sell my product and that's my goal for this meeting, sometimes you end up successful, sometimes not. Probably more often than not, you won't be successful in that approach. But if you understand that, sometimes I like to compare it to this pyramid of decision makers. You have some people at the very top that are right at that point where they need a decision. Let's say their house is leaking, they need a roofer, that's where they're at. They're just ready to pull the trigger on getting that. And some other people, they look at their roof and they go like, yeah, it's been bad for years. One of these days I'm gonna get around to fixing it. I kind of feel like LinkedIn, the conversations are a little bit more at that stage. So when you tell somebody like, hey, I have this service, I have this product, they're not quite at that place where they're actively searching on Google for your product. But if you can build that relationship with them, listen to what they're doing, explain a little bit what you're doing and how you're solving problems from other people, their wheels will spin in the right direction. And then they'll often kind of go like, oh, you know what? I actually was thinking about doing something like that in the future. I'm glad that I'm having this conversation with you now. And that prospect, honestly, I think is much more valuable almost to that person that's on the top of the funnel. That's because that person's actively looking at all your competition and getting quotes from different people. But when you catch them before that point, you have an opportunity to build that relationship with them. And that allows you to be the only person that they talk to in that space. So when it comes to making that decision, they know who you are. They built a little bit of rapport with you. And that just makes it a lot easier for that. So that's the relationship style that I definitely coach and teach and use myself. And it's been really successful.
Yeah, that's really smart. It's like interjecting yourself earlier in the buying process, really, when it's that almost even pre-information gathering. It's when there is an initial problem, but it hasn't quite spurred to being a problem that is critical or needs to be addressed now. And I think that's a big thing, right? Is that if you're taking the approach of, I'm going to start selling or trying to use my influence to sell and grow my business right now, well, that misses out on 3 months of pipeline, 6 months of pipeline, 12 months. If you can build the right relationships, then it's not that shot in the dark approach. It's just a matter of time before, if you've identified the right person, they're going to want to work with you. Well, pivoting a little from dialogue, I know that a lot of other people talk about content as being the biggest driving factor. And I wanted you to have this opportunity to counteract that narrative, because I myself, while I create a lot of content on LinkedIn, I'll be the first to say that most of the big significant results that I've generated on LinkedIn have been through the DMs. So what's your approach to content? How necessary is it? What are you advising your clients on with respect to content?
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their area of expertise, and content, I'll be honest with you, is not my strength in terms of understanding. Like, I see value in it, and there's some people that do a really good job at it, and that's great. But I like relationship building. Instead of audience building, I mean, it still will work its way backwards into that. But I personally haven't posted too much content on any of my social network platforms, but I've grown, from 1,000 to almost 10,000 connections on LinkedIn, and had, many thousand conversations over the last few years on LinkedIn. And so many of them have turned out to be great friendships, great business partners, great business deals, and the list goes on, sources of referrals. So having those direct conversations is that works well with my personality. But if you're good at content, and not too many people are, though, that's the struggle with it too. I mean, it's so cluttered with just posts that aren't adding value out there. And it's hard to set, like, what can you post for yourself that would be significant and important. And I know some people that are great at it. I look at what they write and I go, like, gosh, that's hard. I mean, like, probably 1 in 1,000 people can do a really good job of adding significantly valuable content. And to those people, keep on doing it. To the rest of us, I feel like, find that person and ask them a question about their city, and just start that conversation with them, and push that conversation forward. And, as quickly as you can, when you feel the opportunity, I like moving from LinkedIn to either a phone call or a Zoom call. That's my approach. Seeing somebody's face, understanding their mannerisms, getting an idea of where they're at is so much better. Like, once I spoke to a guy maybe 3-4 months ago in New York. He owns a business over there, has 150 employees, and 100 of his employees got COVID. And he was just coming back to work after having like 3 weeks of just the horrible symptoms himself and a lot of his employees. And you could see everything in his emotions that he was just beat up in that time. And so if I was just in the DM platform, maybe I would be kind of, I don't know, carefree, a little bit more funny, like making some jokes a little bit, but I would try to maybe sell a little bit of my services. But once I saw him face to face, I knew I didn't need to go there with the conversation. I just needed to be a listening ear and just kind of care for the guy in the moment. And I felt like that was the valuable thing that I could do right there in that moment is just listen and care and see if there's anything I could do to help or offer what I could in that moment. And so I like the approach of getting these calls pushed to this face-to-face state that we're doing right now. There's so much more value that can come out of that, but it starts from LinkedIn and it transfers over to this space that we're in right now.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting part of LinkedIn, because unlike other platforms, like you said, audience building. That really is the primary purpose of them. And indeed, it's probably why LinkedIn for the longest time has been overlooked as part of the quote unquote shift in influencer marketing, right? Most of it is one to many, right? In that I'm a YouTuber and I'm creating for an audience of my million subscribers. But I think that's what's really interesting about how influence on LinkedIn is actually more created through those one-to-one connections. And then you see it in terms of, oh, I reach out to someone, oh, I was just talking to so-and-so about you. That really seems to be the way that I've seen influence grown, because if you've developed your expertise within a particular niche, it's not so much you're doing that to get eyeballs in the more conventional influence sense. You're doing it to generate true conversations that will hopefully, obviously for your business, generate deals. That really seems to be, from my perspective, what LinkedIn is very good at building influence, and hence why you can have 1,000 followers, because if those 1,000 followers are really key decision makers or people within your industry or people within your niche, that's so much more valuable than just having a mishmash of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of followers. Not that that isn't nice. I mean, we all would like that, but it's not completely necessary in my mind for success on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Well, obviously we've been talking a lot about how the dialogue can begin to start between you and a particular prospect, someone you want to do business with. I'd love to dive into the profiles, because I think this is a key thing. If you've sent that connection request, often, and I've seen this time and time again, you look through who's viewed your profile and you see it's that person that you've sent the connection request to.
Yeah.
So I'd love for you to share your screen and show us some of the good profiles that you've seen, because I still, and I'll play for time while you bring that up. But there's just so many awful sins that people commit here. I've seen people have faraway headshots, and it's like, it's a headshot. I need to see your face in order to know it's you. People still use the conventional background with the blue dots, which is just awful. What should we be doing when we're getting started on LinkedIn and to our profile specifically?
You are 100% right. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. That is an important part of being successful on LinkedIn is having a profile that's attractive to your target audience. And that's one of the first things that we do start with people, even before we start with the messaging and the targeting. It's let's take a look at your profile, because at the end of the day, people are going to judge a book a little bit by its cover, and they haven't met you yet, but they're going to look at your profile and kind of decide, is this the type of person that I want to have a meeting with? Is this a person I want to connect with? Is this a person that's going to add value to my overall professional network by having this person in there? Now, something to keep in mind, and it's simple. Most of these things sound so obvious, but just once you do them, it makes a lot of sense. People want to connect with peers much more than they want to connect with sales people that are going to be selling to them. If I had a group here of 10 CEOs and somebody knocked on the door and he goes oh, I sell consulting service to CEOs. Can I come in your room and be part of your meeting? We probably wouldn't let him in. I just, sorry, I don't have time for you. But if the 11th guy knocked on the door and he said, hey, I'm also a CEO. I have 2 startups here in the area. I have a small team. I'm trying to connect with other people that are like me. Can I sit down and be part of your meeting? We'd say, of course. And that's the same kind of philosophy that happens on LinkedIn. Or if he's actually one step higher than us, and oh, I was a CEO, and today I'm actually speaking on the TED stage, and I travel, then that we're all kind of oh, of course, he can be there. But so you want to try to be similar to the people you're reaching out to as best you can. And so I like connecting to entrepreneurs, to investors, to digital agencies, and to CEOs. And look, who I present myself as in my profile is exactly who the people that I'm targeting. And I feel like that opens the door well. And oftentimes I see one of the mistakes is that people say something like, salesperson at company X, and then they're trying to connect exactly the people that they're selling to. And they immediately know when you connect with them, hey, if I connect with this guy, I'm going to get pitched to in the first 24 hours of him being connected to me. It's not worth connecting to him. You mentioned the background. I'll go through some things real fast. Is that all right?
Yeah,
Patrick?
please do.
Okay. So this background image, I always tell people, just put something there. Like if it's just the standard one, you got to take it up a notch and put something there. And there's different categories that I think I'd start putting things in there. So the one that's performed the best, I love A/B testing things. And that's something that you can do too. Like everybody can do. Try a profile picture, see if it works well, see where your connection rate is, change it to a different profile picture for yourself, and then track that for the next 2 weeks and see how that works in percentage of people that you reach out to and how many connect with you. So with background images, the ones that I see that are actually working the best, I would put them in this category called personality images. Ones that kind of showcase a little bit of who you are and your personality. I'll pull up one of the guys I work with, Christopher Johnson. Great guy, great story, just overall like awesome character. And now, before I started working with him, his profile, he had the standard background image. He didn't have, I think all he had is like CEO of Rapid Brands here. And he had a different part of his education highlighted in this space. And so we went through and we tried to make this part of his profile have as much, kind of like keyword stuffing, but that kind of makes it not sound too important. Like it's just showcasing the multifaceted person that you are. Because if somebody connects with you, they're not going to connect with you just because you're one title at one company. But oftentimes they'll connect with you because, hey, you run triathlons and that you happen to be, have 5 kids, or that you can speak 4 languages or something else. Whatever you can put in this space here that makes you seem like a more attractive, well-rounded person, it can do wonders as far as opening that door for you to have that conversation with somebody. So this is a personality type picture that kind of showcases a little bit who he is. You get a feel for who he is before you actually get to talk to him. The second case I would say is a social proof picture. I'll pull up one here, and this would be more of a social proof kind of concept. And that one performs almost as well, but honestly, according to my stats, a little bit below the personality pictures. And I wouldn't have thought that. A social proof picture is one that just kind of shows you in a place where you have an audience listening to you, a place of prestige, and it lets people see that picture and go like, wow, he's somebody that I should be talking to because a lot of people like to listen to him. And then the last one that's probably the easiest for us all to do if you don't know what else to do, I kind of say location-based pictures. So something that shows the place that you're from, and go ahead and take the extra effort and add a little bit of a slogan on top of that, something that creates emotion. So that's my recommendation for you. I kind of doing that last one myself. It's similar to a location-based one because that's pretty much my desk right here. And then I added a slogan on top of that, and that seems to work pretty well as well. So those are my recommendations for updating your profile.
Yeah, I really appreciate that overview. I think a lot of people think too much in the form of LinkedIn being a digital resume, right? They just think, oh, well, if I just have my title and my current company, that's fine to put in the headline. And the fact is, you don't need to, because your experience down below the fold, in this case, will show where you're currently located. It's much better to be using that headline to be showing a little bit of your personality, use similarly making sure that the background image gives some sort of validation, whether it's, like you say, personal or professional, or even just location, just something to show that the profile is being nurtured over time. Because I think that's the thing that most people forget about LinkedIn, is that it's not even so much becoming known within the platform. That's very much where a lot of other platforms are. You can point to famous YouTubers. Well, why are they famous? Because they're big on YouTube. For LinkedIn, if anything, it's more like a background check before they connect with you and before they start dialogue that we've been speaking about. I always like to quote to people that LinkedIn has a domain authority. This is a rank, and in SEO terms, from 0 to 100. It is a domain authority of about 97, 98. It's about the 5th highest site in the world on that ranking. What that means is that if you search almost anyone, their LinkedIn profile is likely to be the first thing that's ever going to be seen, even beyond personal websites, even beyond company pages, or you name it. Your LinkedIn profile is likely to be first. And given that I think it's about 84, 85% of people click on the first link in a Google search result. Well, what do you want when they click through to that LinkedIn profile? Do you want them to see a fully fleshed out human being, all your personality there on display? So, oh, I can trust this person. Or do you want to see, a ghost town? I can tell you for a fact that it's not that people won't trust you if it's a ghost town, but it's just going to make them a little bit more cautious. You don't want to give any prospect for your business reason not to have a conversation with you. And I think that's really important with the profile.
Absolutely. Very well said.
Well, that's a really good overview. I thank you for giving us sort of the like tangible view of it. I wanted to dive a little bit further from the leveraging of LinkedIn when it comes to you've got a dialogue started. How do you shift them to the Zoom meeting? Because I think that honestly, that's really where influence starts to grow, right? You start to build some clients. And as you build some clients in whatever your niche is, then because LinkedIn primarily being a business and networking platform, you can start to grow your influence in that manner of speaking. But you have to start somewhere with getting clients. How do you find the best way to shift the dialogue to an actual quote unquote sales call on Zoom or something of a similar nature?
Right. And it's still a work in progress, but I've done it enough where I feel like the things that are working right now, if you jump into a conversation with somebody, it goes back to the relationship selling. If your approach is, hey, I'd like to share about my product and what I'm doing, do you have some time to talk about that? It could work, but I feel like the success rate's a little lower on that approach. But it's much more after one or two conversations with them. I would never jump into trying to have that meeting with them early on before you actually just exchange a little bit of rapport with them. One of my friends that's a great mentor in marketing, he once kind of gave me this story, and I'm sure other people have said it before, but if you're, I don't know, at the beach and in line for something or other, and you happen to have even some kids with you, and the person in front of you, if you say, hey, could you watch my kids for a while? I'm going to go to my car and come back. They might just look at you and go like, oh my goodness, that's a weird thing to ask. Like, I'm not, like you're going to weird them out a little bit. But if you happen to have a cooler with you and say, hey, I'm just going to the bathroom for a second. Would you mind watching, my cooler with my drinks in it? That might be okay. And when you come back, the next time you say like, hey, I actually got to run to my car. Would you, to watch my kids for a little bit? That becomes much more acceptable. The second, like if you ask for something simple first and have a little bit of dialogue, you can ask for something bigger sooner. So having that meeting with them, I consider something bigger. So asking them a question about themselves, asking about their business, how long have they been in business, how long have they been in that area, how things are going in that industry for them. One or two of those conversations first work well. And then the using language around collaboration, helping each other out, finding ways that you can use your network to help them, or they can respectively use each other's networks to help each other out. That idea of learning more about you and also sharing a little bit about what I'm at. So they considered it like a mutual meeting instead of a one-sided meeting. I feel like that works really well. So use that language in that approach. And then I'm also very soft in the date of it. So maybe we'll approach it saying like, hey, would you happen to have time for a short chat in the next week or two? And so it's hard for them to say no to that, because you're asking for a short chat and you're not giving them a window that they, even if they're busy tomorrow and the next day, or they had like a deadline, they still can't say no easily to that. You're like, oh, all right, yeah, I can do that. And so the next thing that I would recommend to make this thing happen is Zoom integrates so well with so many different calendar tools out there. And that's a key part of my business that I do for all of our clients, is we make sure that they have a really good calendar system that integrates with their calendar, with their Outlook or Google or whatever other calendar system that they use. And that also integrates, I like Zoom, you don't have to use it though, but that's just the route that I like going about it. That integrates with the Zoom, so it sets up a Zoom meeting ready. So the approach would be, have that a little bit of a conversation back and forth. then go ahead and ask them if they would like to find ways to collaborate and to work with you. And then after that, if they say yes or any kind of affirmative, you might just say, okay, great. This is, why don't you just go ahead and pick a time in my calendar? It keeps my life easy. Just pick a time and we'll have a chat at that time. And you send a link to your calendar, and it just makes everything so organized. Because once it's in your calendar, I think we all live by our calendars today. Like, we just go from meeting to meeting, and I don't even really know what I'm going to be doing for the rest of my day, but I'll look at my calendar and that will tell me what I should be doing for the rest of my day. And so that's kind of the goal. Put it on their calendar, put it on your calendar, have an easy link for them to click on, and then you're off to the races to have these face-to-face conversations.
Yeah, no, I definitely feel you when you say live by our calendars. I actually have to put in meetings for time when I'll do work just to block it off. Otherwise, I'll find it gets filled up all day. And then it's like, wow, I got to the end of the day and I took a lot of meetings, but it didn't get a lot of work done. So that's a really important point. All right, I know we're coming close to time, so I want a couple of quick fire ones. What is the most unexpected benefit or result outside of, obviously you've used, LinkedIn to promote both your agency as well as your LinkedIn tool, Usher Connect, which, I myself am using currently, and, it's certainly a fantastic tool compared to the other ones out there because of Wes's approach of being genuine, building relationships as opposed to coming across as cold or impersonal, which I really like. But outside of the conventional reason that you used LinkedIn, what is the most unexpected benefit that came to you?
I have quite a few friends today that I feel like just actually personal, like outside of business, that relationship, like everyone's a genuine human being behind that, like those profiles. And I think LinkedIn does a really good job of making sure that every picture on there, behind that, there's a real person that matches up with that picture and that has that real history. So some of the people now that when I'm just driving on a 2-hour drive to go somewhere and I just want to talk to somebody, I'll pick up the phone and it's a person that actually I met on LinkedIn, 6 months ago or a year ago, and it's just become a neat friendship there. I'd put you, Patrick, in that category too. So it's somebody that through LinkedIn indirectly we got to have our this connection, and now I definitely am looking forward to the time when COVID's passed and we can actually get together and have some drinks and go out to coffee and get to meet each other face to face. So it's not that I walk into these meetings expecting that to be the case, but you find some neat people. Let me see here. A couple of meetings that I had. One time, a guy in Chicago that I met, and he has a podcast, and one of the things he put on his profile that stood out to me, it's a mindfulness practitioner. And to me, that was just intriguing enough. He's a chief marketing officer, has like 17 companies that he does fractional marketing for. So he's right in that field of people that I want to talk to. But what stood out to me was that mindfulness practitioner. And so I started asking them questions about that. And boy, did I take more notes during that meeting than I would have ever taken probably during most other meetings, of all these people to listen to and interesting stories that he had about the benefits and his life journey that got him to that point. And so he's on my schedule to have another meeting, follow up meeting with him. And I'm sure we're going to talk a little bit about work and a lot about some of these other things that are going on. But it's just fascinating that LinkedIn can open those doors for you in that space. Do you happen to have a story, Patrick, that stands out to you?
Well, I have one that stands out very much to me.
Yeah.
So as many can know from my accent, I am Australian, but living in Los Angeles now. And I started on LinkedIn. Ostensibly, I was working for an app and web developer at the time. So I was using it to connect with decision makers, people who needed custom software development, very standard. There's 1,000 app and web development firms. So that was my primary purpose. I started creating content, and what do you know? This guy slid into my DMs. I was like, okay, what's going on here? He never liked a post of mine. He never commented on a post of mine, very much the lurker profile. And he was with Forbes, and he invited me to start writing for Forbes, saying like, I love what you're doing here. I love your content. I love your experience within your industry. You're taking a really innovative approach. Come and write for Forbes. Since then, I've been mentioned in Forbes, I think at last count, over 80 times. Now, if you'd asked Patrick back in Australia if he would ever be mentioned in Forbes in his life, he would have told you absolutely no, no chance at all. So for me, it's the nice blend, or the marriage between these two ideals for me, of one, that America was a place of opportunity, but more importantly in this context, LinkedIn was the place of opportunity. That was I couldn't even imagine that would be possible, or that by growing your influence, that could be an opportunity for you. I mean, yes, there have been podcasts I've been on, there have been business deals, but that one still sticks out to me of like, I never thought I'd get this press. So it was a pretty cool time for sure. One other quick fire one I want to ask you. So a lot of people might be like either starting on LinkedIn, or they've been churning their wheels for a while and they haven't, cracked it. What would you say is like one hack or one tip or one trick that's like LinkedIn specific that to be true that other people don't necessarily know to be true?
Let's see here. A trick that you can do on LinkedIn. Now, LinkedIn, they've never announced exactly what their numbers or limits are. So those numbers are a little bit hidden box. But in general, in theory, if you can space out throughout the day, you're allowed to reach out to approximately 100 to 120, 130 people on LinkedIn throughout the course of the day. As long as you don't do that in a short amount of time, if you spread that out through the course of 24 hours, it really is a powerful thing that you can do. And everybody has that same limit behind the scenes. If you try to reach out to way above that, you're going to get yourself in trouble. So every day I would recommend to people on LinkedIn, you can pick 100 people that you really like, and throughout your day, you can just go ahead and connect and write a personalized message to each one of them. And I think that's a healthy practice that's specific to LinkedIn, that we should all be doing, and just growing our networks. With one of my friends, we helped him go from, I think he only had 80 connections. He's a graphic designer, and he really never had used LinkedIn much. And we, just worked with him on that. And today he has several thousand, but they're all chief marketing officers, all of his connections. And so every time now he posts a picture of a new business card that he did, or a new logo that he did, or a new shirt, or pamphlet that he made, or flyer. And he's great at graphic design. If you're good at what you do, and now this whole audience, even though it's only a few thousand, like we said early in the conversation, but the potential impact for that to turn into business deals for him, it's hitting the perfect audience for him every time he posts anything on LinkedIn. And so, but you can't get there overnight. You have to get there just kind of systematically going after those people that you want to be targeting. So I would recommend for everybody that it's not really even a hack, but just, stay disciplined in trying to grow your networks on LinkedIn with the right people that you want to be reaching out to. That's my advice.
That's a really nice summary of how influence works. Like you say, it doesn't matter that was only a couple of thousand. That graphic designer is very influential, I would say, because he has access through his network to a lot of CMOs. Like that makes a big difference to his potential impact versus someone who has maybe 10,000 followers or 20,000 followers, but it's all a bit of a mishmash of bunch of irrelevant people. That makes a big difference. I've got two quick little, I guess you would say, tips or hacks. If you do create content, hashtags are not like every other platform. Hashtags don't have the same level of reach. They're not really used to the same level of searching, except in one case. They're really good for branding. So I did this content series called Words with Ward, because I'm a writer and my last name's Ward, alliteration, classic marketer thing. I, just ran with that content series. I put it with as a compilation tool, if you will, of every single piece that I'd ever put out. And I remember I was going to the event. This guy, really successful guy. He'd been at Google, he'd been at Snapchat, had been at Boeing, like a huge number of big companies. Like, he was a big deal. And, I thought, okay, I'm small fry. I go up to shake his hand pre-COVID when shaking hands was acceptable. And before I'd even opened my mouth, he said, Patrick Ward, Words with Ward. That is the power of if you're able to get known for something, that level of influence can transcend even the platform, which I found unique to LinkedIn. I haven't found many platforms where that known factor, shall we say, goes beyond that. And one other one, and I'm going to keep this very contemporary because this was almost released, I think, like a week ago or maybe 2 weeks ago. It's probably still in rollout. There is now an audio feature of your profile that gives you a 10-second chance to pronounce your name. Now, you can use it to pronounce your name if it is, let's say, challenging for some people. My name being very generic and generic English of Patrick Ward, I figure is pretty easy. So I've used it to showcase my accent. So a lot of people, if you look at my profile, he's in LA, he works for an LA company, and most often expect me to be American. And I find just finding that little way to sneak my accent in there, it's always a winner. The amount of conversations that get opened up because people are curious or interested in like, oh, how's this guy over in the States, and wanting to hear that story. Just a nice little hack. If you've got, and I think it ties nicely to what you were saying earlier, Wes, is if you've got that thing, just something to show a little bit more about yourself as opposed to I am this corporate person in this corporation, it really, showing that human side really works very well. Well, we are coming up on time here, Wes. I would love if people want to reach out to you or find out more about Usher Connect, where should they go?
Yeah. So my main corporation is rolldigital.com. You're welcome to look that out. You can fill out the contact form on there. I think my phone number's on there too, so you can reach out to me that way. Usher Connect's a tool and a product and a SaaS service that we built that helps people within LinkedIn. So you can go through that website or through Roll Digital, or you can find me on LinkedIn and DM me over there, Patrick. I bet you they can find you the same way. How about yourself? How would you want people to reach out to you?
Yeah, for me, it's clearly LinkedIn. LinkedIn is the easiest way. LinkedIn.com/in/Patrick James Ward, all one word. Easiest way to find me. Always send a personalized message if you are reaching out to me, because again, it's like Wes said, we do judge a book by its cover. So, send me something nice, something personal, and I will always be happy to chat. Well, thank you so much for taking the time today, Wes. I think this was a really good overview of an often overlooked platform. I think more people are starting to cotton on, but I think this was a really good deep dive. So I thank you for taking the time.
Absolutely. Thanks, Patrick, for your time too. Yep. Appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mike Liu. I'm the CEO of Triller. Thank you guys for welcoming me to the Influencer Marketing Conference. Really great to virtually meet all of you guys. Hope everyone's staying safe in the current COVID climate. Okay, so I'll start with the first question, intro and background. So a bit about my background. I've been in technology for the last 16 years. Always been in really startups, starting all the way back in 2005. We were together with a small company called Yume, Y-U-M-E, and we're the first, basically guys who put online video into, at the time, very small music players or video players like Hulu, NBC Universal. So if you saw an ad back in 2006, that was actually all done through our little startup at the time. We took that small company from about 5 people to eventually 500. We went public on the New York Stock Exchange. Then I left on to build mobile games. At the time, I wanted to create games that I would want to play on a mobile device. At the time, this is circa 2010, 2011. A lot of the games on mobile were still very casual, like Bejeweled Blitz, where the most advanced of the game at the time was Angry Birds. So we built a lot of what we now call mid-core games. Did that for a little bit, was quickly acquired by a Japanese company. So that's sort of my second acquisition. And then I stayed on as the vice president of product and games for the Japanese company for another 3 years. There I really learned a lot about user acquisition, using data as product development and product engagement, looking at funnel analysis, retention curves, etc. And then fast forward, I've been working on Triller for almost 4 years now, and taking a lot of my previous learnings in mobile and mobile consumer and applying it to Triller right now. So yeah, for the last 16 years, or 15 to 16 years, I've lived in San Francisco in the Bay Area, and I recently just moved to Los Angeles about a year ago. Cool. All right, second question. Celeb investors. So last year we announced around the Series A round of funding for Triller, where a lot of it actually came from not just traditional institutions, but half of the investment out of the 28, so about 14 million total, came from what we call strategic investors. So most of these are actually artists. So we have about 40 of the top 60 artists in the world that have all invested into Triller. Some of the big ones include The Weeknd, but not just The Weeknd, but his whole team, Cash and Sal from EXO, his creative director, a lot of the guys who really believed in the Triller platform. Other ones like Pitbull, Migos, Takeoff, and Quavo from the Migos. And we also have a lot of industry vets like G. Roberson, who used to manage Kanye, as part of Maverick, but also Sean G, who's the president of Live Nation. So a lot of people from our music industry have all joined in to really get behind Triller, but not only just put that sort of stamp of approval, but really get behind the value and power of Triller. And I've only listed a couple of people, but the list goes on and on, like Meek Mill out of New York, who's a big believer in what we're doing. Yeah, I could probably spend the next 20 minutes just talking about our celebrity investors, but they've been really great and been really helpful on the platform as well. Okay, next question. India and other emerging markets. So a lot of recent press, as you guys have probably seen, revolves around Triller and how we've been able to grow in the Indian market. In fact, 2020 is the first year for Triller to really expand internationally, right? Up until now, for the first 3 years of Triller, we've been mostly concentrated in domestic markets in the US and UK. But this year we decided to look at global market and how we can expand there. In the first quarter, we actually expanded into Nigeria first. And I'm happy to report that we actually hit the #1 app in Nigeria on both Android and iOS without spending a single dollar in marketing, right? Meaning $0, completely word of mouth. We're able to hit the most downloaded app in that country, which means it's downloaded more than WhatsApp, downloaded more than YouTube, Instagram, so on and so forth. And we did that without spending anything. So after Nigeria, we were looking at other countries, and India obviously is one of the top ones on our list. But what accelerated that growth is, the recent ban that India placed in a lot of Chinese apps, including TikTok. And as soon as we saw the announcement, we basically accelerated our own launch there and came up from, just from a launch on Tuesday. Well, the timeline is TikTok was banned on Sunday. We launched on Tuesday, and we got to #1 on iOS in our category by Friday and Saturday and throughout the week. And again, we did that without spending anything on marketing, and using sort of our kind of proven formula to really grow and cultivate a market, bringing along a lot of music and creativity to that as well. So that's been really exciting. India obviously is just the beginning. We just literally hit the tip of the iceberg, and we have some really big plans that hopefully you guys will see in the next coming weeks that we'll be able to announce more and more. Okay, next question. Music. Yeah, so music has been really the key and the core of what we believe in at Triller. So since the beginning, we had sort of this model that we want the next big star. We say we want the next Justin Bieber to be discovered on Triller, right? And we've done something different with most companies, is that we actually went to the music labels and partners first, right? Generally in our industry, you work with them almost at the very last level because, to be honest, it is a fairly complex system. A lot of moving pieces, a lot of very old laws, some of them dating back over 100 years. So getting through that can be pretty daunting, but at Triller, we did the opposite, which is we went to them first, and we were able to get the support of the industry. A lot of them are now investors into Triller as well, or they're equity holders into Triller. So we really wanted to put music as core into what we're doing and what we're growing as. And more recently, we've been able to connect a lot the dots with a lot of the major DSPs. One that we've already announced with Apple Music, which is a very great partnership with us. But the other DSPs we're about to announce very shortly as partners as well. But our core and what we're building, it will always have its roots in music. And if you think back to a lot of the best consumer products, they all kind of started in music, especially this little device that we're carrying. That actually started out in music and with the original iPod as well. So music is always going to be in our DNA. It's going to be a key component. And it's actually able to help us grow pretty quickly in the world. Okay, next question. View on other short-form video platforms like Byte and TikTok. Yeah, of course, with a company like TikTok, whose parent company is now was valued at north of, again, this is just rumors. I don't know if this is verified, but north of $100 billion, right? It's making them the most highest value private company in the world. When you have that, you're obviously going to have a lot of companies that are going to try to replicate that or take some type of market share from them. So companies like Byte, which has really cool items that I've been playing with, or other companies like TikTok-esque that are out there, there are going to be more and more of those. But I think what Triller differentiates ourselves around music, but around our core audience. And I think a lot of people are going to have a hard time, coming up to speed or really capturing, but also cultivating a community of those user bases. Like I said in the beginning of the interview, this is year 4 for us, right? And it took us 4 years to get to where we are today. And I think for some of our up-and-coming competitors or new apps, I think they're going to learn pretty quickly that it's actually a lot of work. It's not just the technology. The licensing is not very, very, very easy. But we look to others to help really cultivate this. In fact, when we were building, no one in the company actually really said anything negative about TikTok. In fact, we saw them as paving a lot of the ways for the entire industry, right? Now, having reflected on some of the other things that they've been doing, we understand where the market is shifting, and we're very grateful now that we have been positioned to become, the new short-form video platform. Next question. What can we expect in the future? Great question. Lots and lots of cool things. I wish I could share more, but we're working on several new initiatives, launches in both the product, launches in partnerships, launches in ways that we can help make you, our everyday user, become discovered, become the next big star. And that's what drives us, right? Is that we want the next, Little Nas, which again started on Triller, to be discovered. We want that everyday user who's hustling to be the next big star as well. And we're deploying lots of tools, lots of product innovations around that in the coming weeks, month, and years as well. So that's always been our direction, and we want that to be the case. Our goal is to make you shine. In fact, our motto is you do you, and Triller will do the rest. So we're very excited about that. I wish I could speak more, but you'll see a lot of press coming in the coming weeks. Last question, discuss TikTok ban talks. So unfortunately, I don't really want to talk too much about that, just because it's another company. Obviously, there's already a lot of speculation out there on what's going on. And I think it's interesting to see this play out, both from a geopolitical perspective, but also in a way that a product builds trust with its consumers, right? And I think within this modern day age, that trust is so important to an audience, to a user, and we at Triller take that very seriously, right? That trust that our users and us have built together is something that we do not take for granted, that we don't think lightly either, and that's something that we want to be a guiding light as we build our community and as we see more and more TikTok users, especially some of the bigger ones, move over to our platform. We want to welcome them. We want to be able to support them. But more importantly, we want to know that we honor that trust between us and our consumers. Ooh, one additional question. How can agencies and creators work with Triller? Well, we actually have a really large support team, a partnership team at Triller as well, that whether you're an individual or you're an MCN, you can DM us, you can email us, you can send us smoke signals if you want. But we're more than open to working with everyone in the industry. We're here to at least, again, help you become the next big star. So we're very, very big on supporting the ecosystem. So anyway, you can reach us, DM me if you want to. We'll always respond. Oh, okay, one additional one. Triller Fest, yes, absolutely. So during the COVID crisis, now this dates back to March, we saw an opportunity to run a digital festival right around the timeframe of Coachella. We knew that was being canceled, but I feel like there was still an audience that was craving for live music. So in the span of 3 weeks, which I think most people won't believe, in the span of 3 weeks, we put together Triller Fest, which includes 125 artists performing over a 3-day weekend. And we showed over to 5 million people. I think the numbers are out there, but they're all like crazy, crazy numbers. More digital engagement than any other live event in the past. And more artists in a single event. We had people from the Migos perform. We had Pitbull. We had Marshmello. We had Don Diablo. We had, even up and coming stars like Ida, which I really loved. But more importantly, we had the majority of this be up and coming artists who got a chance to, showcase their talent. And a fun fact, the most engaging segment of the entire 3-day weekend was during Paris Hilton's portion, where she built this amazing set, super energetic, got online, started talking to people. We saw the highest engagement during the Paris Hilton set, which I wouldn't have guessed myself, but it just goes to show how our fans and how engagement really works. Oh, so next question. What demographic does Triller mostly cater to? Very similar to sort of the TikTok, but slightly older. We look at, the Generation Z, sort of between the last batch of the millennials and the earlier batch of Gen Z. So between the ages of 17 to 26, I would say, is the bulk of our users. we skew a little bit older than TikTok in terms of that age group. And that's kind of like where our audience and really where a lot of our music also resides as well. Okay, next question. How many active users do we have? Fortunately, I can't share those numbers. There's some that we've shared in public, but I think in the last 2 weeks we shared that we surpassed 50 million monthly active uniques. But that number is again outdated, as you can probably imagine with our growth there. But I can only share what's already been out there in the public. But again, look to us as we continue to grow there. Next question is, can you talk about your relationship with the music industry and streaming? Yeah, absolutely. So we see ourselves as very close partners with the music industry. In fact, Triller coined the what we now call social streaming, where a user can engage on the platform, and if they engage to listen to the full track via our DSP partners, that listen, as long as it hits 31 seconds, will now count toward their streaming counts, right? Which is, again, one of the most important things for an artist, because that stream number dictates their Billboard numbers, dictates their gold and platinum records. That's something that we cater to very closely, and we've been able to help several artists get to #1, including Roddy Ricch with The Box. We helped Mariah Carey last year hit #1 with All I Want for Christmas. I think that was the first time she did it in over 20 years, even though it's always like one of the top 5. But yeah, for us, working very closely with music and the music industry is like one of the key facts about Triller and what we're trying to do. Cool. Any other questions? Okay, next question. Can you talk about how you have helped artists like YG get more traction? Yeah, no, YG is a great supporter of ours. Def Jam and the team behind him have been working with Triller for quite some time. So for us, we see virality happen 2 ways. One is YG himself creating Triller content and promoting that. But more importantly, I think what we've seen is the adoption of these songs through our partnerships, right? Like we'll be able to create a challenge around the song, where we'll be able to create dance challenges around the song, and let the community kind of push a song into a popular challenge, a popular dance, and that's been really important in terms of the ecosystem of Triller and also music. Years back when you release a new song, you often released it with on the radio first, right? Like definitely get it on the radio. But now I think with any sophisticated music manager or label, they know that they need to post it on Triller first and have it released on Triller first. Great. Next question, is Triller gaining any traction in the gaming world? Yes, absolutely. There's a couple of big partnerships that we're working on that we'll be announcing in the next few days that's specific around gaming. We have a really good relationship with a lot of other gaming companies like Twitch or Epic. We're very excited about this vertical of content. Obviously, there's if you look at YouTube in terms of their most popular content, gaming is actually the top 3. It's not #1. A lot of the biggest creators in the world started out in gaming, so we want to captivate that as well. Sure. So can you talk about your collaboration with Twitch and Snap? So on the Snap side, I can talk a lot more because there's more publicly released information. But we see Snapchat as a really strong partner, specifically around them letting us use the amazing Snap camera. The Snap camera kit, which basically gives us the power of 5 years of development at Snapchat. So all the bunny ears, the butterfly effects, all of that will become native inside Triller through the Snap integration in the coming months, if not sooner. And there'll be a lot more that we'll be doing with Snap that we'll be able to announce later on, but they're one of our best partners. We have the strongest sort of overlap in terms of our users to their users, and we see them as a very long-term partner as well. Okay, next question. What other features will we be releasing for advertisers? Oh, great question. The brand and advertising community is something that we obviously want to work with. As we are, gearing up toward that, there will be a lot more interactions that the advertisers can do on Triller that we're excited to announce. Again, nothing I can talk about just yet, but for us, you'll actually see quite a bit of new advertisers that will be joining the Triller platform in the coming months. Really around the way to do sponsorship. I think the most important one that we've done in recent days is actually our Step Up to the Mic challenge, which we partner with Boost Mobile, right? And this is a challenge where we were able to get some of the biggest artists like Quavo and Takeoff to be judges for almost like American Idol-esque submission process. And we were able to get Boost behind that. They were one of our big sponsors for it. But at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is, again, cultivate that community where anyone, a regular person, can use Triller to get a recording contract. And that's been really powerful. And we're really grateful to the Boost team for helping us realize that vision. And I can tell you, in the interviews that we've done with some of our contestants, it's life-changing for them, right? And they're so grateful to be a part of it. They're a Boost customer for life at that point. Cool. Last question, are we creating a marketplace? That's definitely in the future roadmap planning. That's something that we're focused on right now. I think there's more focus on creating the community and user creation tools that, again, for us, is going to be more important. Okay, sounds like that's the last question. And are there a message to creators? Yeah, so I'll end with this. As I mentioned earlier in the interview, something that I've seen happen time and time again is really building a community and building a trust between us, the platform and our users. And that's something that we are taking extremely seriously. So for any creators that's looking for a new platform to either reach an audience, to build fame, or sometime in the future, near future, I should say, build monetization. That's something you'll find on Triller. And those three areas, whether it's money, fame, or love, that's something that we're very focused on, those three verticals, and providing to our creator base. In fact, a lot of what we decide on in terms of product feature move in those three categories, and helping the creators be the best of themselves. And that's something that I want to be able to share more, and then a lot of stuff will be coming out in the coming days that we hope to see more and more creators migrate over to Triller. Okay, well, that's it for the questions. I want to say thank you again to the team at Influencer Marketing Expo for having me, and hopefully this was entertainment for you guys as well. If you guys have any questions, feel free to find me on social, DM me, and or email me as well. I'm usually pretty fast on response.
This is Nisarg here from Affable. Hi there from Singapore, everyone. This is Nisarg here from Affable. Hi there from Singapore. Affable is a Singapore based influencer marketing platform. We are one of the leading influencer marketing platforms in the ASEAN region. And today, in this discussion at the Influencer Marketing Conference and Expo, I wanted to cover some of the trends among influencer marketing in the ASEAN market. Before I dive deep into these trends, just a quick overview about Affable. So we've been around since 2.5 years. We've been based in Singapore with a team which is strongly technical, and we've been working with some of the leading brands and agencies across the entire Southeast Asia market. Currently, Affable tracks more than 3 million influencers with a completely global coverage across Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and now TikTok as well, helping these brands with an end to end influencer marketing strategy. Some of the leading brands like Chanel, Huawei, Group M, Casio, Air Asia, the Singapore Changi Airport, Fresh use Affable to identify, manage, and measure their influence strategy. Without further ado, let's dive deep into how influencers in the Southeast Asian market have been talking about brands and what are the kind of activities they've been publishing on Instagram. In this quick run through, I will walk you through the nature of influencers in Southeast Asia, their breakdown, what is the kind of audience we have in this market that influencers are able to influence. We'll also talk a bit about what are some of the leading brands that have been pushing the most in terms of influencer marketing. We'll briefly discuss the impact that COVID 19 has had on the entire influencer marketing landscape here. And based on our research and discussions with not only the brands, but as well as the influencers, we have been able to draw out certain insights about how the Q3 and the Q4 would look like after COVID. To start with, in ASEAN region, and here we're talking about some of the leading markets like Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, Vietnam, Laos, Myanmar. And if you just looked at the entire distribution of influencers, it's actually majority female influencers, more than 51% or so, with a 41% male influencers, and there is an 8% contribution from the magazines or the publishers, which are generic in nature. The age of these influencers, and we covered the spectrum of nano to micro to macro to celebrities. The distribution of these influencers is skewed in the age range of 21 to 29, where 60% of all influencers in the ASEAN region come from the 21 to 29 age range. More so, if we were to break down these influencers by their follower tiers, you would notice that in the left chart, majority of these influencers are nano to micro influencers. Around 80% of all influencers in the ASEAN market are with less than 50,000 followers. This is kind of also similar in other markets as well, but specifically in the ASEAN market, what we also see is that the engagement rate by these influencers is distributed more or less equally, with a slight skew in the micro influencer range again. Not only has there been a massive impact due to COVID, but what we've also seen is versus 2019, the quarter two of 2020, which is the last 3 months, has seen a huge spike in new influencers that have come up. As you can see, there have been around 30% more influencers in the 50K to 100K bracket, which were not there in this bracket last year. What this signifies is not only is influencer marketing as an industry growing, but influencers are kind of graduating from the nano to micro to macro over a period of time. If we look into the audiences of these influencers across ASEAN markets, it just seems like 65% of the women and majority of them from Indonesia are following influencers across the markets. Now, there is definitely a bias here where Indonesia has a lot of influencers who have a lot of local followers. So it's just natural that Indonesia kind of skews the location distribution of the followers into its favor. At the same time, the top interests of these influencers lie between fashion, clothing, travel, beauty, and exercise. which also shows how the millennials in the ASEAN markets are more interested in beauty and fashion as the top criterias, which may or may not be the same in other markets. If we were to break down the number of influencers in various markets within the ASEAN region, you would also see that Indonesia leads the pack with around 60,000 odd influencers across the spectrum on Instagram alone. Thailand follows second with around 33,000, with Malaysia coming in close third at around 26,000 influencers. And again, to stress the fact, this is only on Instagram. The smaller markets like Laos, Myanmar, and Cambodia have anywhere between 2 to 5K influencers, mostly micro, but these markets are also growing year over year, where we are noticing that there is a higher penetration of Instagram in these markets where brands are pushing much more. If we were to break down all the posts and look at only the sponsored content, and to clarify, sponsored content here means that the posts uploaded by influencers had an explicit mention that the posts were paid for, either with a hashtag ad or a hashtag sponsored or a paid partnership with. Typically, we've seen that influencers in the ASEAN market do not mention the sponsored post as a sponsored posts. It is not yet mandatory, although there are a lot of guidelines. Not all the brands have been asking influencers to explicitly mark the post as sponsored. Even with that, if you see the quarterly breakdown of sponsored content over the entire 2019 and 2020, you would have expected that due to COVID, the influencer activity would die down. But although there was a slight drop in Q1, where there were fewer sponsored posts compared to the previous quarter, which is quarter 4 2019, the influencer marketing activity has picked up pace again in Q2 with more than 13,000 sponsored posts. Now, I'd like to highlight again that influencers in this market do not necessarily mark their content as sponsored. And one of the challenges that we are currently trying to solve using data science at Affable is to detect sponsored posts where the posts are not actually marked as sponsored. So stay tuned for that, and we should be rolling out an update very soon regarding it as well. Going forward, a very important part of the entire influencer economy is the authenticity of the influencers and their followers. While there has been a massive coverage in terms of how influencers are boosting their followers with fake audiences, there has been very little reporting in the ASEAN market about how influencers in each market are purchasing fake or suspicious followers to boost their own audiences. Here, what we've compared is the top markets, and we look at 6 markets: Singapore, Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, and Malaysia, where Singapore is leading the pack, unfortunately, with around 10% fake followers among their influencers on an average. What this number means is when we look at the fake follower percentage across all influencers, typically on an average, Singapore influencers have around 10% of their followers which are suspicious. This number is much lower for markets like Malaysia and Indonesia, where the audiences are much more authentic. Now, let's get into what brands have been performing the highest in terms of influencer activity in every region. So, in Thailand, there are some of these top brands that have done the most influencer marketing in the last 6 months in 2020, which is January to June 2020. Winky D Official, Daniel Wellington, Olay, Lipton, Pomelo Fashion are some of the leading brands that have worked with the most number of influencers. There have been around a 0.3% of these posts were marked as sponsored. As I said, the number of influencers who actually promote these posts as sponsored posts is very little, especially in the growing markets like Thailand and Indonesia. The engagement rate across these posts was around 2.5%. Let's compare that with Indonesia. In Indonesia, Tokopedia, Hypermart, Cafino Indonesia, Grab were some of the leading brands that did the most influencer marketing. There were around 0.7% of all the posts that were actually marked as a sponsored post, with influencers getting around a 2.7% engagement across their branded content. If you were to look at Philippines, Downy, Daniel Wellington, Pampers, Shopee, Huawei, Ole are some of the leading brands in terms of influencer marketing. It just so happens that some of these brands are under the PNG criteria, and PNG has been very active in Philippines in their influencer marketing game. In Philippines, though, 1.1% of all the posts uploaded by influencers were explicitly marked as sponsored posts, with again a similar engagement rate, which is 2.5%. In Malaysia, there were some of the brands, including Daniel Wellington again, Samsung, which have been leading in terms of their influencer marketing outreach. Although there is a little higher mention of sponsored content in Malaysia, the engagement rate among the influencer content still lies on a 2.6% average. Looking at Singapore, Kellogg's, Studio, Daniel Wellington again, KFC, Yakult, if you don't know, it's a leading brand in Singapore, and Samsung have been very active in terms of their influencer push. We do notice that Singaporean influencers tend to mention the sponsored content as sponsored a little more than its counterpart regions, with around 2.2% of the content marked as sponsored and a 3.5% engagement rate across all the influencer content. In Vietnam, Flat Tummy, Sweet Tea, Samsung again, H&M were some of the leading brands pushing influencer marketing in Vietnam. There was a 3.4% engagement rate with only a 0.6% of all the posts marked as sponsored posts. Having covered this, we should also address what the impact of COVID has been on influencer marketing in the ASEAN market specifically. We have published a lot of study, a lot of blog posts in terms of how the influencer content has changed. Most of the content which used to be uploaded outdoors has been naturally taken indoors. There has been a lot of viral activity, a lot of viral home workout videos, cooking tutorials that have now taken the center stage. Leading brands have not shied away from changing their strategy. They have been working through this different unprecedented times by still continuing to engage influencers to engage with their stay home audiences. Brands have also found unique and dynamic ways of engaging the influencers and their audiences. Specifically, luxury and beauty brands have been getting very creative with video content, with influencer driven commerce, with live video among influencers to drive their influencer strategy. In terms of the impact itself, we've also seen the rise of gaming influencers in the ASEAN market. With everyone spending time home, there is naturally a lot of time the gamers have now to dedicate to create gaming videos and appeal to their audiences. A lot of influencers are now pushing and publicizing about the corporate social responsibility. A lot of brands have taken initiatives to distribute masks to healthcare workers and the workers on the front line. In terms of the long term impact of COVID 19, we see a huge shift from brands using influencers as a spray and pray campaign to a dedicated commerce driven campaign. Based on our research that we have conducted while speaking with brands, agencies, and influencers, which are the three key pillars of the influencer marketing ecosystem, we've also noticed that the key priorities for the remaining half of 2020 is around authenticity, social responsibility, trying out different channels, including TikTok. The influencers are focused on bringing more business value, including the commerce aspect. And brands are now interested in investing in terms of long term partnerships with these influencers by bringing influencer marketing in house. Video content is taking a new stage where, as I said before, TikTok is coming on the rise. We will be publishing a new study on the TikTok influencer marketing scene in Southeast Asia soon as well. To recap, in terms of Affable and our report around influencer marketing, Affable is one of the leading industry players in the entire ASEAN market that helps brands discover the right influencers, manage the relationship, manage the effectiveness of how the campaigns are performing, looking at all the content trends, like how we discussed right now, leading brands, a timeline of how effective influencer marketing content is, looking at competitors and trying to identify what their strategy is, and making sure that you have the pulse of the market in terms of the market trends around influencers as well. With that, I would like to conclude by saying that I really appreciate having this opportunity to share more about how the landscape in the ASEAN market is changing over time in terms of influencer marketing. It's a pleasure to share the stage with some of the leading personalities in the influencer marketing ecosystem and share a bit about Affable. If you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to me via email at nisarg@affable.ai, or you can check out more about Affable and try to learn more by requesting a demo at www.affable.ai. Thanks a lot, everyone, for taking time to listen in, and hope you have a wonderful day ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Ismail, for having me at the Influencer Marketing Conference and Expo. My name is Roberto Cavazos, and I am here to give a quick overview on social influencer fraud. I'm an economist and a business school professor, so I'll try to go light and not to bore you guys to death. And so here we go. Let's talk about social influencer fraud. All right, all of you here are really into this sector, obviously. I look at all these. I look at all these titles. These are some of the better selling ones. And the reality of it is, social influencer marketing. It's not just a technological innovation. It's an actual fundamental social innovation in how business is done and how marketing is undertaken. So it really is. It's a very important social and technological innovation, which I'm sure most of you will agree. So going on to business, why am I here and why did Ismail invite me? Well, as I mentioned, I'm an economist and I've been working on fraud for many years, waste and inefficiency. Sometimes the worst sort of fraud is ineffectiveness or corruption. Often it's outright fraud. And we see that quite a bit in the social influencer and online advertising and commerce as a whole. I'm on the faculty of the University of Baltimore, Merrick School of Business, and that's right, here in beautiful Baltimore, and it is the greatest city in America. And I'm around right here in Baltimore. So if you're ever in Baltimore, look me up. How did this happen? Well, I was fortunate, part of my expertise, and then good luck, to get a collaboration with a leading cybersecurity firm in Israel known as Check. And so we started a very fruitful collaboration between University of Baltimore and Check. And what we did was a series known as the Economic Cost of Bad Actors on the Internet. So this study that I'm going to briefly discuss is part of that series, which, by the way, I recommend everyone check out our series because we cover a lot of topics, including social influencer fraud, affiliate advertising, bots, online advertising fraud generally, and a number of other issues. All right. So this is the study that is probably of interest to you. That's the fake influencer marketing in 2019. And in this study, what we did is we looked at closely at influencer marketing using unique data, hard data, and data interviews. And what we wanted to do here is to expose the extent of social influencer fraud. It was a great study. It's fascinating. I certainly was happy to be working on it. And what happened is, as you can see, we received some attention, actually a great deal of attention. I think we were covered in about 90 media outlets internationally, anything from CBS News, Net Imperative, Adweek, the Wall Street Journal, ABC in España, Marie Claire. My daughters were very excited about me being cited in Marie Claire. So the point of this is that it really hit a nerve. The fact that we found that we were first systematic exploration of social influencer marketing and the fraud associated with it really raised a lot of eyebrows. And rightfully so, because this is something brands and technologists and innovators were really, really glomming onto. There's nothing wrong with it. It's as I mentioned before, it's a great idea. So obviously we received a lot of attention, and it was fun, and it continues to be fun as we covered for more and more research on different topics. So moving on to the key question, what did we find? Well, and so as some of you already know, what we looked at our research, we found that in 2019 it was 1.3 billion in cost to advertisers as a result of fake influencer marketing. Now, sort of our forecast was if left unchecked, the problem would continue to grow as the sector grew, became more complex. It has remained unchecked, as many of you know. We've forecast 1.5 billion for this year. However, as you can imagine, some of the contraction and reduction in spending due to the pandemic may reduce that figure somewhat. Nevertheless, pretty certain will remain, as it has in the past, but about 15% of spend of social influencer marketing is fraudulent. That's right, 15%. The other thing to consider in this and another sort of crime or fraud is that there's mentioning that these are the direct costs. There are significant further indirect costs. The big one that affects brands and influencers is the erosion of trust. And this could actually, hurt brands as well as influencers. So it's one of those things that the fraud has to be addressed by all players in the industry because it will do damage, again, to the brands and to the influencers. And this is, again, if you think about it, it's a 15% tax, if you will, on advertising that just goes down the drain and disappears due to fraud. And again, that's the indirect cost. The direct cost. The indirect cost is immeasurable. It can be huge. Reputational damage to a brand, reputational damage to influencers, sort of good guys that are doing the right thing, yet bad actors damage the entire sector. So it has been and will remain a problem for the foreseeable future. All right. So 15%. Put that in the back of your mind. Now, how does the fraud take place? What is it? What are the first, the most popular approaches to the fraud? And by the way, these are sort of the big ones. There's a few other ones that are emerging, always looking at. The most serious one that everybody knows that is the one of fake followers. And this is basically simply you're an influencer, you want to get better paying gigs, you want to charge more, and so people make up numbers through a lot of means. There's in our research study we found machines that sold you could buy fake influencers in vending machines in Eastern Europe. There's people online that will tell you how to get 10,000 new followers in 30 days or your money back. So all of this. And this is obvious, right? Because to a large extent, it's not the only thing, but the number of followers is what makes an influencer valuable. That's you're getting paid for eyeballs and following. The other one that is always I was going to kick off because it reminds me of the dolphin colonies are pods, and this is a big problem. And here influencers, trade engagement. They like and they comment on each other's posts. And look, they're so smart, or a little simple this, or this is fantastic. Oh, I agree. In fact, I would suggest that we do this. And everybody says it's a mutual admiration society. So there's pods operating. And ultimately what they want to do is they create appearance of organic engagement through a pod. So everybody's, oh, you're so smart. Oh, what a great product, et cetera, et cetera. And so this is, again, it makes it seem organic, but it's not. The other one, and I'm sure some of you all have heard stories about this, is that some influencers go on to publish, fake sponsored posts. And basically, in some instances, I know a few, and we report this in our study, and I'm sure all of you have heard stories that they basically create these fake posts and they dupe brands or agencies into thinking that the influencer has a lot of clout. They have a track record, big brands trust me, or this luxury brand really is into my product. And this gets a sense that you're in the big leagues, and therefore it's a pretty scammy way of getting an agreement to do basically to work with a brand or brands. And another one, and this is not necessarily a fraudulent activity, but there's always the case of inactive followers. That could be an artifact that people get busy with their lives. They no longer follow you, or a celebrity, or they just for some reason, like Don, they got busy with their life, they're no longer interested, but they're still sort of followers. And in some instances, influencers know that they have inactive followers, and they're open about it, or they choose not to know, or in some cases they're aware of it, and they make appropriate disclosures. So inactive follower, it could be an artifact of technology, carelessness, or it's something that's directed, addressed directly. And you see that all across the range. So that's a big problem because it could seem to inflate numbers as well in terms of number of followers. So those are the top four. There's quite a few, or there's varieties of these, or how they're, basically how these are basically undertaken is also a function of sophistication and a function of platforms. Different types of fraud are easier to undertake in different platforms in different times. All right. So the fundamental question then, which people frequently ask me, is why is there so much fraud? So basically, why is there so much fraud in a lot of online media advertising and social influencers? Why is there fraud rampant? So because to a large extent, it's human nature. There's an opportunity for fraud. People take advantage of it. It's without a doubt. It's a social problem as well. It's a behavioral problem. But like all types of quote unquote, and this is a variety of, shall we say, white collar crime, and this is where I have to put on my economist hat, try to keep it short so as not to bore you guys or have you have nightmares of your business school courses, is that influencer fraud, it's an economics and behavior problem. And by economics, I don't mean as an economist, people say, oh, what about the stock market? No, I mean in economics with respect to what we call industrial organization or market structure. So one of the things I've noticed, this was a discussion in a lot of the few of the other sessions yesterday. In particular, I noticed one session discussing the issue of complexity. And so it's a complex process to work as an influencer, to engage influencers. So that in of itself is costly because you have to spend a lot of time and there's a lot of hassles and annoyances. And complexity always leads to something which in information asymmetry. Information asymmetry. So that parties to any transaction, buying a house, going to a dentist, going to a physical therapist, that parties in a transaction don't have equal information. So whoever the influencer has the most information in terms of his or her, follower count and engagement, the person or entity hiring don't. So there's unequal information, and there's also a lot of intermediaries as well. It's not just directly an influencer working with a brand. It's all the entities and people in between, and each one of it adds, a step of complexity, and they have different amounts of information. This is a problem in any market, including this. Now, of course, just a little step back, and I want to just pose a question for something to think about, and I should have put a slide for this, but I want you to think about this. Is the social influence, I've noticed there's two strands. A lot of people view it as a social movement, and it's fine. I view it as an industry because ultimately people are working to get paid. It's an industry maybe with elements of a social movement, but more to me, it's an industry. And as such, in all industries, there's always a tendency toward what we call the principal agent problem. And it's a huge problem. All right. And so basically, again, it's just like driven by information asymmetry and complexity that you as the principal are hiring, an agent, someone to act on your behalf, and your interests don't align. And you don't quite know what the agent is doing or the intermediaries between you and the agent. You don't know what they're doing, and they may or not be representing your interests in the best possible way. And this is a huge problem. This is a huge problem. And so, how do you do this? And the other thing that complicates all this is sort of, if you will, this is a really huge new sector. It's explosive. And so it adds another layer in terms of what we call market imperfections. So as it stands now, there are a lot of market imperfections that enable fraud and other behavior that's costly to all parties involved. It's not an efficient market, which leads to inefficiencies. With that, it has its costs. And also, we do have other factors, the indirect costs that we discussed earlier. So some of the solutions, how do we address this? Well, again, as I mentioned, It grew spending on social influencer marketing went from 500 million in 2015 to 8.5 billion in 2019. That's huge. Simple math. It's a 17-fold increase in 5 years. Think about that. Wrap your mind around it. And the novelty of this, whoa, this is so great. This is awesome. And the complexity and the sheer volume of expenditure. You hear people that are, oh, look, he made a tweet, a sponsored tweet, and he got $30,000 for that sponsored tweet. Or you get the mega influencers who we all know, they get $300,000 for a simple tweet or a post on Instagram or whatnot. This attracts a lot of people. And so all of this combined with all the factors I mentioned before and this explosive growth led to what, for mine, we described as a Wild West situation. And so everybody's making it up as they go along. And of course, there's a showbiz element to it. So everybody's fronting like they know what they're doing. A lot of people did, again, making it up as they go along. Of course, this attracts investors. It's like, yeah, going to develop a new platform, a new way to curate posts or to coordinate, influencers or to market influencers or attract investors, innovators are working on new technologies, and of course, creative, creative and innovative, creators and influencers, which are fantastic, by the way. And then, of course, it also attracts fraudsters. And this is not to slam the industry because I think it's fascinating. I love it, and I love a lot of people in it. But this is just typical with any industry experiencing such explosive growth. It could be like Florida real estate back in 2000. There's a lot of industries that look this way. The early tech crash of '97, everybody was going in on it because it was the new and exciting thing. All right. So that's a big factor that adds to complexity. And frankly, the growth also has attracted a lot of us to the sector. So it's not just a bad thing that it's grown so much. It's, attracted a lot of really cool people. The other key, or the key to really address, is that of the principal agent problem. And this could be done in a lot of ways. If you think about it, you hire a dentist or a nanny. The dentist, you don't know anything about dentistry. I sure don't, other than brushing and flossing. But hey, to ensure trust, the dentist is licensed and regulated to ensure trust that I know that, she's going to do a great job and I'm going to be happy and I'm not going to get exploited and so forth. In the case of nannies, it's references, and if you're very cautious, as many people are, you get nanny cams because there's no other way to ensure the quality of care. So that gets rid of these simple steps, eliminate, a great deal of the principal agent problem, because bottom line is you're assured that you're getting what you paid for. Again, you're assured that you are getting what you paid for. And I'll tell you, as a personal aside, I had to board our dog and, dropped him off. And the boarding facility actually had doggy cams in his little kennel and the walking area and the indoor swimming pool. And you could log on and you could see that they were taking care of your dog. Not necessary, but in a way, think about it, it was great marketing because they're fully transparent. They eliminated the principal agent problem, textbook case. It was beautiful. So I could log on, or my kids could log on and see that the dog was chasing a ball or swimming around or happy taking a nap, or they were making him chase a frisbee outside, that sort of thing. So it was a great way. And again, so this is in the influencer industry, just like in nannies or in my dog's boarding. It's basically through transparency. It's hard to see, like a simple solution like an any camera or doggy cam, but what is needed is a bit of technology and third-party verification, a trusted third-party verification. And that's what a lot of cases are. For example, you go to the supermarket, you buy fruit or vegetables or meat, and you want organic. The state government usually regulates that. And they're the third party that verifies that the meat or the produce that you're getting is in fact organic. And that eliminates the principal agent problem because you don't want to become an expert in produce. You just want to be able to go to the store and buy your produce reliably and make sure that you're getting what you're paid for. And that's what third-party verification. That's why you look at that stamp, the Underwriters Laboratory or the certified organic bananas, etc. And so this ensures that buyers get what they're paying for. And it also, in the case of influencers, or even the producers of bananas or agriculture products, it benefits them because, hey, look, our product is awesome. We're certified. We're not like all these other people who claim this or that. We're the real thing. And so this kind of tends to, eliminate, quote unquote, bad actors, or it reprices them. It's a lower, they're viewed as a lower quality, item. So, for example, again, if you shop for organic goods, you tend to look for that stamp of approval. You don't necessarily trust a person who just says, no, they're organic. All right? Now, more solutions. Complexity in the whole influencer ecosystem. I mean, look, it could be like some industries. Everybody gets together and they develop industry standards, and it's really challenging, but everybody's very happy. And there's comprehensive guidance on anything from transactions, the structure of contracts, very importantly, the vetting and standards of tech solution, measuring the longevity. Do these things work with a certain window of time? What are the best practices? How are they developed, and so forth? That is sort of these in a complex industry with so many players. It could happen, but I'm not particularly hopeful. I do think, however, many of you are starting to see that these changes are occurring organically, whereas the top brands and top influencers are adopting best practices. And I'm sure many of you here that are listening to this are actually best practice influencers, and that's a great thing. And anybody who wants to come into the sector or be taken seriously in the sector, will need to adopt whatever the top people are, or those that are modeling best practice on both sides. It's on the buyers of the influencers and the influencers itself and the intermediaries. All right. But again, there's always that complexity, and this is going to, lead to a lot of misaligned incentives for the time being, as well as outright fraud. But what individuals can do is, again, start in their own way, just like the pet boarding or in some, nanny cam or different situations where you volunteer to say, hey, all my behavior, all I offer is transparent and it's third-party verified. And that will be, again, a strategic advantage. All right. Now, the other thing, it's also going to be the factor of time. Time heals all things. So as industries mature, best practices emerge. There could be at times government regulation, which that could work, but the government regulation and laws will lag a bit. And the FTC, for example, has very narrow purview of whatever's in terms of, it looks more at the nature of the claims made in it rather than sort of the fraud issue. But also there's in the US in particular, and less so in Europe, is tort law. So there could be some lawsuits that, become famous. You already see some of that that drive change. People want to avoid getting driven to bankruptcy, for example. So all this will evolve over time, and this will take time. And in some cases, it will take more than time. It will take money and some reputational damage. So there'll be some issues. But again, it's not unique. People in this industry are not worse than anybody else. This is the nature of any new, any new technology, any new industry. And so, in the interim, I would say that what could be, best in mind is, again, effective third-party verification, and that will essentially drive change. We'll discuss a little bit more on this. All right. So again, influencer fraud is a technology issue. And one of the things that's unfortunate is that as influencer fraud and strategy and targeting and the different nuances on effective, social influencer marketing, is that there's a lot of technology solutions out there that are in and of themselves fraudulent. So they're fraudulent solutions to solve fraud. And so you have to be very careful, that you do use high quality solutions. Again, it's not just a matter of the solutions, but it's a matter of the quality per se. And even the best solutions, you can't just put a patch on it and hope this is it. you also have to adopt behaviors and strategies, and you also have to review things over time and be with a high quality solution or service offering. You have to be fairly dynamic because fraudsters are smart. They will find new ways. So as soon as you have a solution, before you know it, there's going to be some very bright and very motivated and dedicated people trying to crack it. So this is very important. It also has to be part of marketing strategy. Fortunately, unfortunately, it just is what it is. So if you're a marketing person, you definitely have to, make fraud detection and cybersecurity, because remember, market influencer fraud, ad fraud, all the different kinds of fraud on the web and anything online are all varieties of cybersecurity. So you really also have to have a company-wide, organization-wide cybersecurity posture, which addresses this, and a certain awareness of the existence of fraud. Right? I'm going to have some conjectures and some predictions. And all of you, and I've had conversations with people, a lot of influencers in the industry, and they tell me that the industry is saturated. It's hard to say, but let's say it is saturated. Let's say that's an accurate sense. I think inevitably what you will have happen is you'll see more of the industry will consolidate, and you'll see fewer influencers. But for the most part, and I'm speaking to many of you, you will be the ones that offer the compelling value through authenticity, creativity, and honestly. So I think over time, with the consolidation, the creativity will be incredible, and the standards of behavior will also be very high. And you're already seeing this, certainly for the last couple of years, is that the brands have become very cautious or more cautious in selection and engagement influence. Not everybody, but some brands have done a great job and are certainly modeling best practice behavior. And as I mentioned before, best practices will emerge organically. You'll see more reliance on high quality third party verification and security solutions, and these will protect brands from fraud. And I think a lot of it also, being told I'm not a technology salesman, but I say a lot of this also third party verification, you'll start to see as a sort of body of law and practice in this starts to emerge, that there will be a lot of provisions that will change, will put in liability and limits and risk sharing and so forth. So I think in addition to technology, so the structure in which transactions are done, what the expectations, what the normal behavior is, will evolve to, again, the best practices. They get influencers, and I think influencers are the big driver here, by the way. And I think organically we'll adopt best practices. If you're an influencer who's authentic, you're creative, you have third-party verification of your numbers. This will give you a heck of a market advantage. I mean, it really. Oops, sorry about that. It'll give you a heck of a market advantage, because you'll be that influencer, right? And remember, being an influencer as well. I mean, the technology is not just about fraud. It's also, you could measure engagement. You could do A/B testing for what messages work better for what segments, or if you have multiple demographics as an influencer, timing and so forth. So with technology, it's not just a way to reduce fraud. It's also a way to maximize your effectiveness, right? And also to think about things more strategically. And so again, you're an influencer, you're a business. And so you have best practices, you have great systems and processes in place. You will have a significant market advantage. So I think I look forward to, and I'm already seeing it, you see great influencers out there. Uh, there's also exogenous events, so these could change things. The current pandemic is driving a lot of firms to reduce costs and also to reduce reputational risks. And so this further will lead businesses to select the highest quality influencers. And so you're already seeing that, by the way. The other thing you're starting to see is sort of, I've noticed, is a bit variance on influencer marketing, and I've seen a lot more affiliate marketing lately, because when you think about it, it's firms only pay for those products that are sold, and so that's interesting. A little bit of an evolution, especially in times of cost cutting. But what I'm observing is that a lot of influencers are doing traditional influencer marketing. Well, not traditional because it's pretty new, but also adding affiliate marketing to that as well. The other thing is cybersecurity in all aspects of our lives, and this is something that I'm fairly passionate about. And this includes influencer marketing, and this will grow in importance. And all of us, will of necessity have to become cybersecurity aware. I think about what happened yesterday with respect to Twitter. I mean, that's really a influencer's nightmare if your platform develops issues or there's a breach. So it's not cybersecurity is not just an individual problem. It's a social concern. And so those of us in this industry, or those of us who research this industry, really have to understand that cybersecurity permeates everything we do. All right. So again, Ismail asked me to keep it brief because he knows us economists. And please feel free to contact me. It's rcavazos@ubalt.edu, or do what many of you have already done, connect on LinkedIn. And also, in the sense of naked self-promotion, we're starting a new MBA specialization in cybersecurity management. It's not being a cyber expert per se, but it's teaching generation, for example, chief marketing officers, marketing people, business professionals, how to manage cybersecurity, manage incidents, and so forth. We were the first AACSB accredited online MBA in the world. So it's consistent with our theme in Baltimore. We were a city of firsts. First train, first air conditioning, first accredited online MBA. So if you want to learn more about it, the program, let me know. So it's important. We're a state university, part of the University of Maryland system. If you want more about this study or a general research collaboration between CHEC, it's a fantastic group, by the way, and the University of Baltimore, you could go to, www.check.ai research. One other thing, before I go, one other thing I wanted to emphasize is that it's becoming a national issue. So those of you who had some time or inclination, Google, Cyberspace Solarium Commission in the United States government. We're working closely with them, and this develops a lot of insights. And we're hopeful to develop a collaboration between government. We're coordinating many of these efforts at the University of Baltimore. So we'd like to get collaboration between government and business to reduce fraud, cyber incidents, and so forth in the United States. So look up the U.S. Cyber Solarium Commission report. It's 183 pages. Try the executive report. So thank you very much. I thank Ismail and all of you here, and I look forward to hearing from you and developing some new friends and colleagues. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
marketing space for over a decade. I'll let you introduce yourself and what you guys do out there in terms of influencer marketing.
Cool. Okay, my name is Pieter Groenewald. I've been in marketing for possibly too long, over 20 years. But 10 years ago, we started with our journey within influencer marketing. And for those people that don't know, South Africa is a small country on the southern tip of Africa and belongs to the economic hub of Africa. I think we might start losing some traction there, but regardless, we're doing very unique things from the influencer marketing space. So what we've done is we've established a group. The first business we started was 10 years ago, and it was actually a nano influencer business. So today, the trends are a lot towards that channel, but that's our oldest business. And the thing about nano influencers, the business is called The Salt, is you need to have rich data outside social media around the influencers. And our database, we've got 150,000 influencers registered, and with up to 60 to 80 data points, depending on your profile. And that allows you in that business to actually go and extract brand fans, people that's already connected to a brand, and then sort of elevate the talkability and the conversations within their networks and within their tribes on behalf of a brand. They talk about the brands they love already, but there's no program behind to get more of those conversations happening. So that's that particular business and what they do. We've got a micro and a macro business. When you start dealing with bigger influencers, audience data is critical. And there we've got a business called Webfluential. And like I say, if you can't attach your brand to big influencers, paying them top dollar and not understanding their audiences. But the big thing, the big trend in that space lately is to pair influencer content with performance media. The tools are now there through the big platforms. And if you know what you're doing in that space, we see phenomenal results. We're so confident that we can outperform a brand on any metric, pairing performance media to influencer content. So it's literally you go to your clients and say, right, what are your cost per click? What is your cost per lead? What is your lifetime value? And we just know influencer content will outperform them. So that's that business. The third business was then we started getting a lot of money coming into our group, but with no thought through strategies. And as a result, what's happening is you execute campaigns, you think it's a huge success, and your clients sort of look at you with blurry eyes. And then we started the agency that helped businesses with strategies. And because although this influencer space has grown from $1.5 billion in 2015 to 6.5 in 2019, there's still a lot of education required, and a lot of people are investing money into the space without a proper plan. So we created a strategy agency that helped clients sort of to compile a blueprint at a start before you actually jump into influencer marketing. The great thing about that is now we've got very deliverable outcomes, measurable outcomes that's contained in the strategy. And if you tick those boxes, you know, it was a success as far as everyone is concerned. Also, what's great about when you've got a strategy agency like that, you're not limited to deploying one type of influencer. Sometimes you might start with macro influencers for awareness, but then to build trust and education, you move in the second phase into nano influencers because they offer you that authenticity.
Right.
So, and that's what we do in that business. We really come up with unique strategies, controlling narrative, you know, helping with brand reputation and things like that. Because what is happening,
I don't want to be in a situation where I lose the opportunity to capture this content.
weeks to put campaigns together. We're turning them around now in hours. And you cannot play in the digital space if it takes 2 weeks for a campaign to hit the market. You need to turn it around 24 to 72 hours. And then the fourth business is what we call the internship. And that's where we're helping businesses to convert their employees into employee influencers through making them digitally more visible on behalf of their businesses. It works extremely well in the B2B space, but a lot of our corporate clients, they all got a B2B sort of offering, which they don't really know how to take it to market. And I know there's often talk about B2B influencers. I'm still very skeptical, and I think your employees in your organization are your best influencers. So they just need to be equipped with the tools, and we've got a whole program to convert businesses to become digitally more visible through their employees. And then the last business is EchoCast. This is our podcasting business, because I always joke and I say not everyone's got a face for Instagram. Some people build audiences through podcasting. And we've done some amazing stuff in that space for brands to build audiences and also just add value through storytelling. It works exceptionally well in the influencer space for high value clients, high lifetime value clients, but very niche. Your mainstream tends to reach your broader audiences, but podcast is an unbelievable tool for reaching niche audiences. And then, is the platform on which we build all these things is the fact that people influence people. And I know Mark Zuckerberg might not be the flavor of the day now, but that's a saying he always had. People influence people, and it's the most trusted form of advertising you can get. And us as influencer marketers, it's our belief that since 2005, when the People channel started forming, tribes started all over. Seth Godin talks about these tribes. And brands cannot belong to a tribe because we don't trust brands. So as a result of that, brands can sit outside tribes shouting in. Alternatively, they can take their message and they penetrate the tribe through a tribe member. And when you do that, that's influencer marketing. And that's what we do here.
That's quite impressive. I have a question. How large is influencer marketing in Africa, in South Africa specifically?
So in South Africa, when I started 10 years ago, the first business, we were the only company that provides influencer marketing services. I can probably go and dot down without a lot of thinking, probably 20 to 25 companies for you now that's doing that just in South Africa. We obviously expand up north and do quite a bit of work up north in Africa from the South African side. As long as you've got influencer databases in other territories and they're large enough to perfectly pair influencers to brands, then you can execute there. If you don't have an influencer database, it takes a little bit of time to build them. But first to market is always important because, you can imagine from an influencer perspective, I don't want to go and register on the 25th platform.
Right.
So first to market gets the bulk of the influencers, he gets the bulk of the influencer work, and then it becomes tougher. The later you come to market, it becomes extremely tough to build decent databases. So, yeah.
Now, there are over 1,000 influencer marketing platforms, right? And I find out and discover new ones just about every day. How does your agency, or you as a leader of your agency or owner of your platform, differentiate yourself? How do you get more visibility for the software solution that you offer to brands?
So yeah, the interesting thing is, I think just last year in 2019, 380 tools were launched in the worldwide market. Now, if you think about it, 380 tools in 1 year. The biggest thing with a lot of these tools are they're listening tools. So everyone can listen what's happening on the social networks. That doesn't necessarily mean you got an influencer business yet, because if you can identify influencers that could work on a campaign, and I then say to you, right, let's kick off. Now you need to reach out to them and you need to negotiate with them. Where our difference is, our influencers are contracted in. They've got rates. Their rates are benchmarked against anyone else with a similar influence than them. And so if you give me the go ahead, I push a button and my team get going, and 72 hours later you're out and things are happening. So first thing is that you need the differentiating factors is is your tool a listening tool to identify, or is it a tool where influencers are signed up? If that's the case, it means, are your influencers contracted in? It means you can contract them immediately. And do you have the ability then to analyze their audience data? That's important. And then the size of your database is also important. So like our macro influencer business, there's about 50,000 people on that. Now you must understand, you can never manually sift through 50,000 people to find the right influencers. So what we're actually doing is we're using AI and IBM Watson to identify who would be perfect influencers to attach to certain brand campaigns. And then the biggest thing is, I think it's in the early days, and even you see a lot of it in markets which is not as developed, people are still talking about reach and engagement. That for us are not commercial metrics that we look at all. So the metrics we look at, does it cost me to sign you up a new account online? What does it cost me to generate a lead? What does it cost me? What is my return on ad spend? Those are the metrics we're working to. Some of the other metrics like reach and engagement is important, but they can never drive influencer marketing from a commercial perspective because they're not tangible. But we use them, for instance, I'll use engagement to identify very good content creators, because I know good content will outperform average content every day. So yeah, but we very, I think as our clients can see the return on their investment immediately from any spend they push our way.
So the next question I have for you is, what are the unique challenges in South Africa for someone in influence marketing and Africa in general? Like here in the United States, we deal with, regulation. The FCC is very, very much involved in, advertising malpractice. Do you guys have any kind of regulatory agencies in South Africa that provide an oversight on influencer marketing campaigns to make sure things are done properly? Or is it just like the true wild, wild west where there aren't any rules?
So a lot of our business comes from global brands. So despite the fact that we didn't have really regulatory authorities here till the start of 2019, we had to abide by the same rules that you guys are doing in the US, because a US brand ain't going to come and do something differently in Africa. But then in 2019, we've got our own authority, our own codes. And I think generally the people are sticking to those rules because it's easy to get called out. And no one who's serious about their business would jeopardize that.
Right.
So we've got the normal, where people attach the brand to them. And I also think it's like the tools like Facebook, Instagram, they created all these tools that you can use now. So it's become a much easier to stick to in between the lanes now.
Are there any local platforms that are emerging in South Africa or in Africa in general? Like, in India, they just banned TikTok. It was a third of their, user base, right? I'm assuming TikTok is just as famous in South Africa, correct?
Never heard of it.
You never heard of TikTok? Interesting. So apart from the social platforms, the native social platforms like YouTube and Instagram and Facebook, what are the social media platforms that are popular in South Africa or are emerging in South Africa?
So interesting, what happened is Facebook was first to market here. So, or this is something that I've been observing. The Facebook audience never jumped across to Instagram. Their main platform remains Facebook, and their secondary platform becomes Instagram. And you've got outliers always. But the reality is Facebook's audience in South Africa is now possibly 30 plus years old, very female heavy. And then came the Instagram era, where everyone jumped onto Instagram that wasn't on Facebook, and Facebook might be their secondary platform. So if you think about it, it's quite hard for a third platform like TikTok, for instance, which is now the flavor of the month, to come in and move audiences off Instagram and Facebook. The core Instagram and Facebook audience will go secondary to TikTok. Hence, TikTok is now taking off at the like 14 to 18-year-olds. And that's the one showing the biggest growth now. But it's a good strategy from TikTok, because 10 years from now, that will be the sweet spot where people want to sit. Now, Facebook controlled Facebook and Instagram, so they literally had 2 eras which they control. But a third one will now be controlled by TikTok. 10 years from now, that will be the most lucrative channel in the local market. And again, they will lose to someone else that comes in and launches at a 14-year-old, because we're too stuck in our habits to move off where our main tribe has been built and where we're comfortable to engage with our tribe members.
Right. Are there any opportunities that are unique to your geographical region that are different in the U.S.? There's a lot of culture in Africa, for example. Is that being inserted in your brand messaging? What is unique about doing influencer marketing, specifically in South Africa, that doesn't apply in Europe and other parts of the world?
So one of the uniqueness of yours is the fact that we've got 15 official languages in South Africa. So you can imagine, for a brand, it is a nightmare. How do I communicate to 15 different cultural or language groups?
Right.
So the easy way is you just go with traditional English, but that's not the biggest language in the country. So where influencers come in and where we're playing a much bigger role is the fact that we create content in the local vernacular. By choosing influencers that represent the other vernacular languages, your content is spread in different languages. Now, and again, so you really look at the influencers as your content creators. Let them engage with their audiences in a language that they're comfortable with, that are comfortable to explain the product, and again, it will outperform brand.
It's an interesting perspective. Well, thank you so much for your time. This has been very, very helpful. Is there any message you want to share with our attendees that are watching from all over the world and how can they get in touch with you?
Well, you can find me, Pieter Groenewald. I'm on LinkedIn. That's where we talk mostly influencer marketing. I think this is the thing is where the biggest lesson for influencer marketers out there is, unless you're in the space full time, that every day of your life you work, you will not keep up with the trends. So if you've done an influencer marketing campaign in-house a year ago, and you think you can copy and paste it and do it again the year, you're just scratching the surface. It's developing too quickly, and hence it's better to partner with people that do it for a living every day. Trust me, the fee that you pay those individual agencies or service providers, the benefits of the school fees they paid, their key learnings, what worked, what didn't work, that wealth of knowledge that you get access to is far worth the money that you invest into the channel.
I agree. Well, thank you so much, Peter. It was a pleasure to have this conversation with you. I've learned a lot about influencer marketing from your part of the world, and we'll try to connect with some other speakers from other parts of the world so we can get a global view. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thanks for hosting me. Cheers.
Okay, gang, we are recording. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session of the IMCX conference. My name is Tom Augenthaler, and I am moderating a panel of experts today regarding B2B influencer marketing. And in particular, we're going to be talking about how a B2B brand in particular, can use influencer marketing and create a global campaign or a global program, and how you can scale this program once you get things going. So with that said, I would like to introduce myself along with my fellow panelists here. My name is Tom Augenthaler, and I'm a longtime B2B influence marketer, and you can find me at theinfluencemarketer.com. Next, I'd like to introduce Laura Mackey. Laura is with Hewlett Packard Enterprise. Laura, why don't you just say a word or two about yourself?
Hi, everyone. My name is Laura, as Tom said, and I manage the Global Influencer Marketing Program for HPE, a B2B company selling technology to other businesses. So it's an honor. It's something I've been doing for over 10 years, and I'm happy to be here. Thanks.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, Laura and I go way back. So we've known each other for like 10 years or so. Anyway, next up is Sherry Hinish. Sherry, why don't you introduce yourself for a second?
Hi, everyone. I'm Sherry Heinisch.
Heinisch, I'm sorry.
The supply chain queen. No worries, Tom. I am a 2020 and 2019 supply chain pro to know and IBM futurist, and I have a growing brand called Supply Chain Queen. So I consider myself more of an advocate and a strategist than an influencer. So I sort of just fell into this space, but brands consistently leverage me in trends in supply chain, innovation, technology, sustainability, and also leading change in digital transformation.
Great. And last but not least, we have Tim Williams, CEO of an influencer marketing software platform called Analytica. Tim, why don't you just spend a minute or two just introducing yourself?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Tom, and great to be here. So our work at Analytica is really trying to connect brands and influence communities together. And the whole purpose of doing that is because people don't want to hear from brands, they want to hear from people. So we want to help encourage inspiring content by helping brands communicate through influencer networks.
Okay, great. And with all of that, let's get started. B2B influencer marketing. Laura, how does a brand go about conceptualizing and putting together an influencer campaign? What are some of the things that we need to think about when we're doing that?
Sure. So from my experience, I think that an influencer marketing or advocate program with third-party influencers or analysts has to be ingrained in your overall digital marketing strategy. And it has to be tightly aligned with your comms group. So I work regularly with our analyst relations team as well, even though it's slightly different from our marketing team. And I sit in the marketing team. And then of course there's the social marketing element as well. So you want to build a program around influencers that are obviously very actively socially in Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. I mean, the list goes on, and we're seeing new platforms pop up all the time. So specifically in the B2B space, I think where we focus is Twitter and LinkedIn. Primarily, I would say those are our top two. But we've built a program that is inclusive of many types of influencers. So we have ones that we partner with to create content. We have ones who are kind of like our megaphones, our amplifiers, who just we want to get a message out quickly, and we send it to influencers who we know have a really large audience. And then we have some of the technology experts who are writing blogs and are highly valued for their technology expertise, and we want to make sure that we're working with them, as well as more of the analyst type. So the ones who are actively outside doing research, consulting work with other companies. And so all of these factors kind of help us. When we think of it in those buckets, we we are able to craft an overall program that tries to touch all of those audiences. I may be missing one or two, which hopefully we can talk about today if there are other types of influencers that we can reach from a B2B perspective. But that's how we look at it initially when we started putting together our program. And of course, it was very event-driven pre-COVID-19. We hosted a lot of influencers on site at events, and it was tons of fun to get to know these influencers and build relationships with them. And we have new challenges now that everything's virtual. So it's really interesting time to manage this type of program in the B2B space.
Okay, so how do you go about making that change? Because I mean, I've talked with, I think, each of you individually at some point or other about this COVID thing and how it's just completely flattened marketing programs and changed everything around going forward for a while. So, how do you make that shift from being an event-driven business into one where, okay, well now any events we're doing are going to be virtual. So what does that look like? I mean, how do you tie into Analytica with that, with Tim? I'd really like to hear a little bit about how you guys are working together to make that happen.
Sure. So for us, it's actually been beneficial that we've been able to take a pause. I mean, hopefully this isn't long term, right? I think we all agree. We'd love to get back to physical events, but in the meantime, it's enabled me to scale the program significantly. Where in previous times I've hosted 20 or so influencers on site, let's say. Now I'm able to scale much larger and reach more influencers and build more relationships. And so that's been a perk or a privilege that's come out of this situation that we're in. And I've only been able to do it with partners like Analytica, who've helped me find the right influencers, as well as build those relationships and truly be able to scale a program that we just haven't been resourced to do at this level. So anyway, that's one of the positives I think coming out of this.
Yeah, and just to add to that point, and first of all, when I think we all are in influencer marketing, but hate the word influencer. So I think just as an organization that analyzes influence, we're talking about experts, we're talking about industry practitioners, we're talking about content creators who influence your target audience. But obviously that's a bit of a mouthful, so everyone just says influencers. But I think one of our clients said it really well when they were talking about journalists, like PR's managing journalists and AI's managing analysts, and then there was these anomaly influencers that were influencing the target audience that no one was managing. And so out of that was born influencer marketing as the sort of catch-all phrase. So first of all, I think it's good to point that out, that this is not a just pushing product in B2C. Like B2B is obviously much more nuanced, and you're trying to find experts and content creators to tell inspiring stories and to deliver educational content to your target audience. And obviously by virtue of that, then brands get access to their audiences, and in an authentic way can obviously improve their brand positioning and can drive more demand generation as a direct result of those influences. So I think that's an important distinction. Obviously, COVID-19 is an incredibly sort of negative backdrop, but what it does give us, I think, is an exciting outlook of an acceleration of 5 years from digital interactions. I think McKinsey and LinkedIn did some research that it's actually pre-COVID, then traditional interactions were 52% compared to 48% digital interactions to influence the buyer, and now there's 66% of interactions are digital, and so we've accelerated so fast in terms of the digital transformation that companies have to go through in a series of like 4 to 5 months. So to Laura's point, I saw a lot of influencer programs that were engaging 10 to 20 influencers and were very events driven. Now the opportunity is, can you activate 50 to 150 voices, for example, in different with different tactics to have like mutual value for the influencers and the brand. And you don't have to stay local. You can obviously do this on a global basis from HQ, or you can work with your different regions. So it's just transformed the whole potential and the horizons of the industry. And it's great to see a brand like HP leveraging that.
Mm.
Yeah, if I could add, just from the B2B influencer point of view, I think that 3 years of progress in 3 months has been great for everyone. And when you think about the future of work, the future of retail, bridging that physical and digital continuum in how you connect with people, how you build relationships, and also how you evangelize a brand's value. That's been something that I've had to help companies actually mobilize online on social media and truly connect deeper through digital with their executives and key customers. So business has been great. It's been very busy. And at the same time, I think if I could just be a little provocative here, it's pushed brands on their toes, where they really have to make the time count and make meaningful, deep connections, not only with customers, but why should someone choose their brand? And we can learn from that, and we should actually continue on this path, because when you think about investments in technology, sustainability, the emergence of the LOHAS and Naturalites in buying segments, consumer segments, people want to get right to transparency and trust in a brand. So I think that the progress has been great since COVID.
Interesting. Yeah, it's been a transformation for sure. It's been an accelerated one, as you guys have pointed out. And another influencer I was speaking to recently said to me that she said that she hopes that when physical events do start up again, that it isn't just what we were doing before COVID, meaning the keynote presentation was just another regurgitation of the press release that was announced that day. But it's actually the physical events themselves become even more valuable because of the value that's been driven virtually. Now people are going to expect even more from the physical events themselves. So what do we do to try and boost that and make it even more something more worthwhile? But interesting points. So in terms of the scaling aspect, I think a lot of people have questions about scale because it sounds easy, but then it's like just get a platform or some software and boom, you can scale everything. But it's really not that simple, is it, Laura? It's a little bit more nuanced, perhaps, right?
Yeah, and I think that it actually relates to what you were just saying previously, which is we want to create this authentic relationship with the influencers. The brand genuinely wants to build that relationship, and that's probably the most difficult part about scaling. Is I talk to influencers, analysts, whatever we want to call them, however we want to identify them. I talk to them every single day. I make time to reach out in some form or other. That's really difficult to do when you're scaling it significantly. And so, I think one of the challenges that we could talk about even today is how can we do that in an authentic way? One of the feedbacks, a significant feedback that we got after we just completed our big virtual event was, hey, I really loved the human touch that you guys gave this virtual event. We made time to check in and just have Zoom meetings kind of like this to check in on each other. And that was really
Okay, so what do you mean by human touch virtually?
Yeah, I know it's hard. It's hard, right? It's kind of like what we're doing here now, where we say, okay, let's pause. Normally we'd be going to dinner right now, but let's get together and just talk and see how your lives are doing. What are you working on? How's your family? Those kinds of moments that you can create where you keep it human. And it's happening through a digital, kind of virtual platform, but you're able to connect. And I think that's what probably many of us are missing, given that we're all, homebound in some form or fashion. If we can keep that authenticity and that connectedness, I think that provides a lot of value for both the influencer and for the brands as well. And coming out of it, I think it'll make us stronger. When we are finally able to meet face to face, I think people will remember who made the time to keep the connection.
Right. But what about the scaling aspect? I mean, you know, come on.
Yeah,
I
so I
mean,
definitely identified the challenge.
Well,
Yeah.
I can sort of jump in to just to add a thought there. I think, and Laura's great. You've obviously got a full-time role in influence relations, which is fantastic. And when we look across the globe, and a lot of people in B2B companies, B2B tech is typically where a lot of the people that have full-time roles are. You don't tend to get influence relations managers in lots of either smaller technology companies or other B2B companies that it falls to their marketing director or comms director, for example, or someone who's head of social, and they're not thinking, how do I build relationships with influencers all the time? They're probably putting 5% of their time into programs like this. So then it begs the question, they default through their agency. And I know that we've got thoughts on this in this group, but it's because they outsource obviously their time, and then the agency starts managing relationships, and so it's quite hard for the brands to have that always on relationship. And when I talk to the influencer community, they, to your point, Laura, they know whether people are building relationships or whether they just want them to promote some content, and then they won't speak to them again. And I know, Sheree, you'll obviously have some good thoughts on that. So I think that's a real challenge with resource and how to scale programs. So I mean, I'll let.
yeah, let's just make something clear. There's a difference between a consultant and an agency, right? I'm a consultant. So what I do is I help come in and help the whole brand strategize from scratch and build out an influencer program that's going to be enduring and built upon relationships. Agencies don't always think that way now, do they?
They do not.
Sure, you want to elaborate?
So I do want to just come back to a point that Tim made around many of the smaller technology companies or either smaller brands. They don't understand influencer marketing. And what I find 50 to 60% of the time is I'm actually in a role of helping those companies build out a strategy. So
which
the
is
role,
amazing.
but it's unbelievable. And for example, I can share. So even if a B2B influencer has a media kit, they have a really strong digital footprint, you still get those 50% of the time brands reaching out and they want to, work with you, but they have no idea what to do. The internal mobilizing is really, really important, because when you are trying to build a relationship potentially with a B2B influencer, time is money, and you can't spend 3 weeks back and forth in email, several months trying to get the necessary approvals and requisitions in place to start moving. 3 months is gone. We've had 3 years of progress in 3 months on digital with COVID. So by that time, the influencer has already moved on to something else in most cases. I think that I personally am interested in building more of a strategic partnership, because at this stage in my career, coming from industry, really putting a lot of time and effort into getting those credentials and the pedigree that people would recognize, I want to have a deeper relationship with a brand. I'm not interested in a one-off transaction. So that's another thing that I think that brands have to recognize. When you have that opportunity to build that relationship, that connection, the first 1 or 2 times you interact with someone, even in real life, in personal or business, it's very, very important that you set the stage and that you start off on the right foot. So part of that means that you have to engage people like you, Tom. I do not like working with agencies. Now, I'm not saying if you have an opportunity, I wouldn't work with you in the future, but it's just,
Yeah, well,
the signal is lagging, it's just, there's approval,
yeah.
it's unorganized, and it's like, I don't know that the brands really have a sense of net promoter score. So if we can create feedback loops, I think, what is the influencer's experience with the agency, and how does that impact their impression of the brand even? And maybe Tim and Laura can share some thoughts around that.
Yeah, well, I mean, sorry, go for it, Laura.
No, you go ahead, Tim. Go ahead.
Well, a couple of years ago, we at Analytica did some research into brand influencer partnerships, what brands offered to influencers and what influencers wanted from brands, because we were fascinated by the disconnect, to your point, Sherry. So it's just really interesting that most brands were wanting to just get the influencers to share some content, and the influencers wanted a deeper relationship and a more strategic partnership with the brand. Now, some would say, okay, that's just money driven. But then when we're asking the influencers, what do you most value from the brand? Money wasn't the number one thing. Of course, they want to be paid for their time, and you have to, if you're an independent influencer who doesn't work for a brand or is on someone else's payroll, then you have to earn a certain amount of money to satisfy you. But it was actually building profile and expertise and the quality of the work, and there was lots of other things which the influencers valued. So I think I think people do understand how to build relationship. It's just whether they want to put in the effort, and then do they have a full-time role? Because if you have a full-time role, then you'll probably think more deeply about it. And I think agencies are under pressure from brands to hit certain deliverables, but don't have the control over all of the process. So I think it's a natural outcome of an immature market. But I think, Laura, I think you've got a very mature program that's working very, very well. And Sherry, you've obviously helping lots of brands like make their campaigns and strategies more mature. So I think it will change over the next 12 to 24 months. And ultimately the influencers will choose which brands they want to work with.
Yeah, and I think that, Tim, I agree completely. And I think one of the things that we're kind of tiptoeing around here, but we haven't flagged yet, is at least for us and for many of the brands that I know that work with influencers, we're working with them at mostly unpaid. I would say the vast majority of the influencers that we work with are not receiving any kind of payment for the work that they're doing, whether that's just we're feeding them information and they're tweeting about it or whatever it is. And so in some ways it's really mature, but when I compare how our influencer marketing campaigns are in the B2B space, I would say it's not as it varies different from the B2C companies that are likely paying per tweet or per publication. So it's interesting because, Tim, to your point, we have to provide value for the influencer as well, especially if it's in an unpaid. And sometimes for me, from a brand perspective, it's early access to news, so they can be the first one to break an announcement that we have if they want to push that out to their audience. There's little things that we can do like that help us keep this always on relationship with the influencers, so that we're not just bringing them in for one thing, paying them some money, and then leaving and not talking to them again. So anyway, those are just my thoughts around what you had said, Tim, but I think that's an important topic we haven't really touched on yet.
So it depends on what the ask is. I think that's important to recognize. It's one thing to work with an influencer without a cash payment, but it depends upon what the ask is. Because if you're asking them to produce video, then they're going to have to edit that video, and we're talking about a time-consuming process, and it takes up a lot of professional time. Because most of the B2B influencers out there that I work with, most of them have day jobs, meaning they're running their own company, or they're working for a company, or they're part of a consultancy, or they're an independent analyst of some kind, or with a team of analysts. So they've got their own income coming in, but so they're not dependent upon working with brands for this, for most of them. But it depends what that ask is, and I think that's something that maybe we could all touch upon a little bit here, because the more that you're asking to do, well, then there's got to be probably some other kind of compensation too, right? I mean, writing is time consuming, video is time consuming, all these things are time consuming. Sherry, maybe as an influencer, somebody works with, brands big and small. Maybe you can shed a little light on that.
Sure. So I like to think of non-paid asks or partnerships as in-kind partnerships. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, you're asking something from the influencer. My guiding principles do not change, whether it's a paid engagement or it's an in-kind partnership. Purpose, product, people, and potential value. Those are the 4 Ps that guide every decision that I make. I am very frequently asked for in-kind partnerships. Now, they're not positioned as in-kind partnerships up front. But Tom, we've had this conversation a million times that if you want a certain quality and that if you want a very focused and niche audience and you want engagement that isn't just, how many followers does this person have? When you look very deeply, what's tucked underneath the numbers, there's value in that. There's intrinsic value in a network, in leveraging a network, an influencer's network and their point of view. And, there's always this tension between price and value in this space that I don't understand. I'm very surprised, Laura, that most of your influencers are not being paid. I'm actually shocked because when you think about people's time, I'm not in a position where I have a full-time job. This is what I love. I wake up and I'm pulled by this every day. And that shows up in the engagements that I have. Constantly, thinking about the best way to leverage a brand's value prop and how they're communicating across social. I care about the brands that I partner with. And I want to see them succeed. And it's not a one-off transaction. So when you're guided by purpose, product, people, and potential value, and you choose the right people to partner with in influencer marketing, it shows up in the quality of the work. And for that reason, they should be compensated.
So I have some strong views on this, but just as an arbiter between the brands and the influencers, because it doesn't matter to me personally, but we're obviously trying to connect 2 groups together. And I think that if you speak to a lot of influencers, they are shocked about sort of non-paid engagements. If you speak to B2B marketers and communications people, then they can't pay all of the influencers they want to work with because you'd spend like $200,000 on and it also there's a compliance issue and there's lots of complications that can arise from that. So I think the interesting thing is in B2C, I would imagine that 90% of the influencers are paid, and in B2B, probably 10%. But to Tom's point, it depends on the ask, because if you're not paying someone, you've got to provide a lot of value to the community. You've got to make it really light touch. It can't be something that seems like an onerous task to do. Any kind of depth engagements should be paid unless they're getting just tons of intrinsic value from your brand. So I think turning full circle in terms of scale, on Analytica, we have a kind of a pyramid, like in sort of 3 tiers, where at the top you might have your strategic partnership influencers with like 5 to 10 influencers, where they would be on a paid retainer and you're asking a lot from them and they're helping you tell your brand story very effectively globally. And then the tier 2 might be a lot of industry practitioners who don't even consider themselves to be influencers, but just have a ton of expertise and value, and they're not paid, they're not expecting to be paid, but they can also connect with your subject matter experts internally and your senior execs and have a lot of really good social media engagement. And then the third tier is the wider community that would be everybody else, where you can leverage and you can add value and you can really scale this to drive your global brand awareness and demand generation. So I think it's a challenge, but the payment and the scale, I think, are 2 of the really big challenges and very heated discussion points when I've been at any conference.
Yeah, and compensation isn't necessarily financial compensation. So I think that's also misunderstood. I can share a couple examples recently where a brand approached me to do something not in kind, but they positioned it in a different way, where there was compensation, not financial, but they bridged introductions to very senior level executives, COOs, CSCOs. So I was in a closed door fireside chat with 15 people who then that parlayed into a consulting gig. So it's sort of, it's this, it's you know, it has to make sense because you're investing your time, you are leveraging your brand and your relationships and your influence, but it doesn't necessarily have to be money, but there has to be potential value for both parties.
I think that's where
I
that
completely agree
word,
with that.
yeah, that's where that word relationship comes in, right, Laura? I mean, that's, and what do we mean by that word relationship? It's not just, oh, every 3 months I send you an email and say hello. I mean, it's, you know, there's more to it. And one of the things that I remember I worked with HPE a number of years ago, Laura, with you, and one of the things that we were always trying to make happen was we wanted the influencers to meet the people inside of HPE itself, and whether that's executives or, you know, managers or whoever it was that was bringing the product and the services to life, and they get to know each other as people, then the relationship becomes really a relationship, right? Because now there's multiple touch points. It's not just, you know, the one choke point person there.
Yeah, and I think and I almost look at it as networking, but in a more human way, where you're building connections, of course, within the brand, and that's our ultimate goal, is that we're helping make those connection points. But we also kind of offer a community for the influencers that we work with, so they're able to connect with each other, and whether or not they're connecting on HPE things, it doesn't matter to us. We like to foster that community among the influencers, so that at the very minimum, that's sort of baseline value that they're getting is access to each other, engagement with each other, which in turn helps them build their overall brand. As you said, I mean, many of them, they don't have the goal of becoming, you know, an influencer full time as their primary career. They just like the engagement with people in the industry. And so if that's something that we can do as a brand to help foster that, because we do work with so many, then that's, you know, it's a win-win for everybody. And completely agree with, you know, providing that value above and beyond, you know, that anything else that they may be asking for.
It seems to me Sherry, you mentioned it in terms of the time of approvals and sign off, and like what the ask is and what the
payment,
what the payment or compensation, all of that. It's a massive challenge, and we see it as, you know, because we're a vendor in the space, and because technology can provide solutions, like we have an ambition to help streamline all of that activity, because we get it that there are challenges on both sides. It's not that people don't want to make it happen. Everyone, a lot of the time, everyone is wanting the same thing, but just, you know, if it's passing through many different people, if it's something which is a bit complex, then something that can be relatively easy, if you're all in one room, can take like 3 weeks to actually sort out. So I think the interesting thing is, since influencers are, you know, there could be millions of people that people call influencers, and someone at a brand level doesn't know this particular individual. So once you understand their motivations, once you understand whether they got a rate card or not, or whether they consider themselves to be an influencer, whether they can create content, whether they can promote something as an alternative to paid search, then the relationship becomes easier to broker. And so I think, unless technology delivers a solution, whether it be us or anybody else in the marketplace, I think that there'll always be that that disconnect, even though the marketplace will mature.
Interesting. Yeah. I know that the terms of the payment, I mean, one of the things that you know, I think people need to understand out there is that the way a consumer company does influencer marketing and the way a B2B company does it obviously are different, but that also involves how, you know, how budgets are allocated inside of a B2B company. Most of the time, pre-COVID, much of the marketing dollars are allocated towards those events that Laura was talking about. So whether it's the company's putting on its own 1 or 2 events a year, plus going to some other industry events, you know, that's been kind of blown apart. But now they're trying to figure out how to allocate all those dollars. And a B2B just does it differently, and they pay differently. So sometimes to get an influencer paid, with a B2B company, you've got to put them through the procurement process, which isn't always the most.
They have to be set up as a vendor. There's a
Has to be
lot
set
of
up as a vendor, so-
paperwork. Yeah, there's a third
Paperwork.
party that actually facilitates payment. There are terms that must be adhered to per the company. Not
So
your
it's-
term.
So it's just different, you know.
Yeah, but I don't expect that to be. I mean, technology needs to provide the streamlined payment solution, and otherwise, it's not feasible for that to continue. So I think a lot of brands, after 12 months of working with influencers, have to go into phase 2, because that just doesn't work for anybody really.
Yeah, I've actually tried to streamline that process. So I'm a supply chain gal, which means I'm a process geek. I look at cycle time, I look at touches in a process, and it's like, let me help you. Okay, let me help you fix this, because I've led P2P transformations. And using Stripe has actually been super cool. If you go through third-party vendors and if you break up your invoices so they're under a certain dollar threshold, you can almost get paid immediately, which has been really helpful. But also, I think that whole process, if it's so exhaustive up front and you're like, wow, this is what it takes to just transact with this brand. Are you kidding me?
Sherry, we should have a conversation following this call about that, because
Okay.
I encounter that myself occasionally.
Yeah.
So anyway, folks, we only have about a minute left. And so I think, do we have any parting thoughts around this before we wrap up? Tim, we'll start with you. Parting thoughts?
Parting thoughts are that B2B is not the same as B2C. Like, it's a completely different ball game. And I think the group has said it perfectly. I think it's relationship first, like what's in it for the influencer, what's in it for the end target audience. Are we creating content that's inspiring and educational? And if those are your guiding principles, you want to build a relationship, you want to deliver for the end target audience, and you don't want to say, hey, my brand is the best, then you'll more successfully build your program and you'll build those relationships naturally.
Sherry?
Sure. I would just encourage both brands and influencers that the internet never dies, and for people to really look deep before they align their themselves with an influencer or a brand. And, I'd like to imagine a world where, just like in the workplace, you don't have to leave your values at the door. And how can you build meaningful partnerships together where your values are reflected by what you say, what you post, what you do, and how you behave off social media.
Cool. Laura?
That's amazing. That's really great. I think one of the things that, well, first, I'm just blown away by the career I get to have. The role that I'm in with managing this program allows me to interact with so many influencers on a daily basis. I pinch myself all the time and go, is this really my job? Like, it's so much fun. And I genuinely don't I don't approach it as like a give me all the time. And I would encourage influencers as well. And most of them that I work with aren't that way either. It's truly building a network, having a lot of fun along the way. I mean, everyone who participates in my program, they say this is fun. Like, this is way more fun than the analyst programs I've done in the past, or other things, because we truly like to relax, have fun, and get the job done. And when it feels so fun, it doesn't feel like work. And so that's one of probably the best things about what I get to do, is just relaxing and building those relationships, having fun, meeting people from all over the world. I've got friends all over the world, and I truly feel like the influencers that I work with are friends. And so I just, that's obviously a big part of our program, is that relationship building and kind of staying in touch. And anyway, so that's my part.
Can I share something to your point?
Yeah.
This is a letter that I just received from Gail, who is at SAP Ariba. And it's a beautiful note, just checking in on me and the family. And I can actually plant this. And she knows that I'm a sustainability geek and that I love gardening. and I can plant this in a pot and grow flowers and be reminded of the relationship that I have with SAP.
Oh, that's cool.
This is
That's
how you
amazing.
do it, people.
That's amazing.
That's cool.
Absolutely.
Well
Love
done,
that.
Gail.
Yeah.
Well done, Gail. Yeah, I know Gail.
We love you, Gail.
That sounds like Gail. Anyway, thank you everybody for joining us today. This has been a very fun session, and I'm sure our contact information will be included with this particular episode. So with that said, we'll see you next time.
Bye,
Thank you,
everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eyal Baumel. I am the CEO of EULA. Great to be here virtually with all of you today. My company is a YouTube MCN and an incubator for talent creators and influencers. As our MCN, we have more than 4,000 channels on our network that generates more than 12 billion monthly views, and we have more than 1.6 billion subscribers across the network. We started as an MCN, as a multi-channel network, and really expanded in the past couple of years, mainly into venture and incubation. So working with talent to help them expand outside of YouTube and build a franchise around them, and also into content globalization, which means helping creators and publishers and influencers to expand their content into different territories and different languages. And I'll talk a bit more about it later. I will answer some of the questions that were submitted here and talk about different things that are interesting for the viewers that we have today. A little bit more about EULA. We are an international company. We're based in 5 different countries, and we work with creators from all over the world. We have a big audience in Europe, big audience in the US, and we also expanded into China, where YouTube is not accessible, and other social media networks, where we work with local networks and video platforms to help bring Western creators and influencers, and even NBA teams, and help them expand in Chinese social media. There is a question about the MCN model. So just to give you guys more background, MCN stands for a multi-channel network. To become an MCN, you need to have a license from YouTube. And that means that the minute you have a license and you start working with creators and YouTube channels, you give them different tools and services that help them on the YouTube platform to grow and to better monetize their content. And for that, you get commission of their YouTube revenues. So I get a payment once a month on 55% of the revenues that all my network and the channels in my network generated on YouTube. And I get the payment from YouTube, we get our commission, and then we make the different payments based on how many views and ads different channels had the past month. This is the MCN model, and people ask if the MCN model is still relevant today. The answer is yes. Some MCNs are providing different services and different tools to creators, but especially on YouTube, it's a platform that is probably the most mature platform for user-generated content and the most advanced in terms of monetizing your content. So creators still need the help and the guidance how to be successful on YouTube, how to get more audience, how to better monetize their content. And this is big parts of what multi-channel networks are doing, and this is what we are doing as an MCN. So we still see a big growth on the multi-channel network side, and we see many creators trying to join our network and get our services and tools to help them go on the platform. Especially when you see recent news that India banned TikTok and the US considering banning TikTok. YouTube is the most stable platform, especially on monetization. On TikTok, on Instagram, you can't really monetize your content. It doesn't matter how many views you have. You can do it with branded content, but the platform is not really paying creators. And YouTube, for many years, paying creators and sharing the revenues. And that's why the model is so robust and needed. In terms of the talent that we work with, people ask how we select talent to our YouTube network. So for us, after working for many years and with thousands of creators and seeing so many views and success stories, there are many things that together allow a creator or an influencer to be successful on YouTube. And one thing that is very important is commitment. People think that, oh, I'm going to put a video on YouTube and I'll go viral and I'll be successful. That's not how it works. You need to really be consistent in creating content, learning what content works, learning how to use the platform and the algorithm, and how to format your content to the YouTube algorithm and platform. For example, the most important factor in your success on YouTube is if people watching your content till the end, the watch time. If your video is 10 minutes and people are watching it for 1 minute, the YouTube algorithm will never push it. So people will never get exposed to it. But if your video is 10 minutes and people are watching it for 9 minutes and 40 seconds, the YouTube algorithm will keep pushing your content. And this is how you go viral on YouTube, although you don't really go viral, but this is how the YouTube algorithm works and help push content. So when people understand that and understand how the YouTube algorithm works, the metadata, the thumbnails, this is how they get better on the platform. But it's all about consistency. It's creating original content, understanding the platform, understanding the algorithm, and just experimenting until you find your format and your audience. So we select talent by people that are eager to do it, hungry, want to do it. Obviously, you need to have the talent, but sometimes people don't have the patience. They have the talent, they don't have the patience to invest and to create content consistently. So this is some of the things that we're looking for. This is on the MCN side. On the talent management side, we are not a talent agency, we're not a talent management company, but we do work with some specific talent only when we see an opportunity to create a franchise. What I like to do with talent is take the blueprint and the playbook from Disney. What Disney is doing better than any company on the planet is two things, is creating family-friendly and timeless content and monetizing this content, creating a universe of products and experiences around this content better than anyone on the planet. Mickey Mouse was created, I think 92 years ago is when Mickey Mouse was created. And since then, till today, there's literally no one on the planet that don't know who Mickey Mouse is. And that's the power of Disney. And not just creating this amazing content, but creating the universe around it. So 2 hours movie like Frozen is where they get the audience to connect and engage with the IP, the franchise. And then they create the amusement parks, the movies, the books, the music, the food, all around the IP. This is how we think about very specific talents that we believe we can create a franchise with. And we're fortunate to sign who is today the most popular YouTuber in the world, Anastasia, who is 6 years old, is known as Like Nastya. Was born in Russia, lives in Florida now in the US, and she is 6 years old. So obviously a lot of the credit goes to the family that really understood the YouTube algorithm, understood the opportunity in content globalization and creating a format that will be global, and became the biggest YouTuber in the world. And we signed her for talent management. And she's probably our best case study, how we worked from very early. We signed them when they had less than 30,000 subscribers. They have today on YouTube more than 150 million subscribers. And after we realized that they have a massive audience on YouTube, we believe that we can create a franchise around Anastasia and the family. And now we are creating TV shows, we are creating toys, products around this universe of Anastasia. So that's a case study of how we think about talent, but that's different than our core MCN business, where we help many creators succeed on the platform. But with a few of them, we actually develop the franchise model around them. One of the questions that I see here is that people ask about working with brands and how we work with brands and how influencers are working with brands. And I think probably the biggest change that you see in how brands market their products and their story is in the content side, how much content they produce. And many people talk about how brands became content creators and how content creators became brands. But I literally an hour ago saw the Apple new ad, and basically it doesn't feel like an ad. It feels like you watch a short video. It's a 10-minute video about working from home. But everything around this video, this brand and content piece, is about Apple products. So yes, you relate to the video and to the ad by seeing how everybody's life changed now that we work from home due to COVID. But actually, it's a great ad that Apple created. When you watch Nike videos, you don't feel like they're promoting a running shoe. You feel like you're watching a motivational video on YouTube or Instagram or whatever it is. So I think the biggest transition for brands is working with producers and creative people to tell their products and to tell their stories via content. And this is exactly what we do with brands. We help them take their product, and instead of just showing why this product is good and functional, showing what this product and what the brand represent. And we do it with our production team, but we mainly do it with connecting them with talent and influencers that has big audience and understand the audience and understand how to craft a message and convey a message by telling great stories. Yeah, a few questions that I see here is people asking about different social media platforms and obviously about TikTok. Yes, TikTok really in the past 6 to 12 months took over, and especially since COVID started, many people jumped on the platform, and the engagement is amazing. I think what made TikTok so popular is the ease of use and the UI of the platform, and I don't think they get enough credit for that. But if you think about it, if you're on Instagram, you need to start following people. You need to curate your feed. Even on YouTube, you need to use YouTube for a while for the algorithm to understand what you like, and even then, sometimes you need to search and you need to navigate. With TikTok, the UI is so simple and in your face that the minute you open the app, you start seeing content, and browsing TikTok is very, very simple. So it removed everything that humans don't like sometimes, especially that they want to be entertained, which is to think, oh, what should I watch? What do I want to watch? TikTok don't let you think or even have these questions. You just get a feed of consistent content, and they have a very good algorithm that's similar to YouTube, will promote content that is being watched till the end. So if there is one thing, by the way, that you take from whatever I'm talking about today, is that in order to create successful content, if there is one thing that is the key for success for content creators, is to know how to tell a story and keep viewers engaged till the end of the video. That is probably the one key for success on the major platforms, just how to keep people engaged. And even in more traditional media, you always want to have a story arc, beginning of an end. And if you keep people engaged, your content will be successful. So TikTok is a great platform. Unfortunately, you don't make money on TikTok yet, not from the platform. You can work with brands similar to any platform, but there is the risk of the platform getting banned in the US. I have no idea if it's going to happen. No one knows, except of a few people in the government. But we have a precedent now that India banned TikTok and has the biggest territory for TikTok. It's definitely alarming, and people build their audience on TikTok for a few months and even years now, and obviously they don't want to see that happen. but it's a risk. And that's why we always tell the talent, you have to diversify the content that you create and the platforms that you use. You have to get your content on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube. You can't be focused just on one platform. So TikTok, it's still a question of if the platform will be there next year. But I believe it's an amazing platform, and it's also an interesting format for creating content. If you think about it, Instagram is the easiest format for content creation. You can just post a selfie. TikTok, you need to invest, you need to be creative, but you're still limited. It's up to a minute. And YouTube, it's more time consuming to create content, and you need to know how to edit well. It's not like TikTok that the app helps you to edit. On YouTube, you actually need to know how to edit, and editing is a big part of the content and the experience. So it's just more to invest, but I think YouTube is still today the most relevant platform for content creators that actually want to create stories. People are asking about issues creators deal with, mental health, regulations. Yeah, that's definitely a challenge, especially when your work and your job is to create content and you get consistent feedback. Oh, I didn't get enough views, I didn't get enough likes, I didn't get enough comments. And yeah, it can mess you up if you are looking on the comments and the views and the revenues every day and sometimes every hour. I know some creators that are obsessed with their numbers. I think it's very important to understand the mental health issues here. And I think in general, but especially for creators, mental health is as important as physical health, very connected to each other and even worse. So I think, and I recommend most of our creators to talk with people that can help them with their mental health, whatever it is. Sometimes it's a coach, sometimes it's a psychologist, whatever works for you. But you have to be able to talk to someone and to share your emotions and your feelings, and not be just into your results and your likes and your revenues, because this is a game that it never ends well if the only thing you care about is likes. So mental health is definitely an issue, and I think especially when we're talking about very young people, that usually the best and most popular influencers are very, very young, even teenagers. Some of them are high schoolers, and the best example is Anastasia that I mentioned. She's literally 6 years old. 6 years old, and she's the most popular YouTuber in the world. Luckily, she has a very supportive family, and the family is very grounded and down to earth, and they are still, sending her to school and sending her to learn to play the piano and swimming, and she has a regular life. And I think some of the most popular influencers and YouTubers sometimes are detached from that and forget about that, and I think it's very, very important. There were some, obviously, privacy laws and COPPA rules that the US government and other governments are passing now, and we're supporting everything that can support kids. There was some issues on YouTube, on other platforms, but I think the platforms are now have better awareness of what needs to be done in terms of protecting these kids and either the audience or the influencers. Again, we're talking about very, very young people. Almost, every teenager has a smartphone now. So you have to make sure you protect them, because the internet can be a scary place sometimes. So, we're trying to spread positive vibes and awareness and energy, both for the creators we work with and their audience, but we still need the support of the platforms to make sure that it's a safe environment. Yeah, people are asking about predictions for the next year, and both on the influencer side and then the platforms. And I think that influencers and content creators will become more powerful and more popular, and you see the shift from more traditional TV to platforms like YouTube and TikTok, and you see the numbers. People are consuming more content on social media platforms, than on TV, and it just just growing. I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. I think there are a lot of opportunities for content creators and different content creators. More than that, I think that actually formats that used to be on TV will be actually moving into platforms like Twitch or like YouTube. The way Hollywood thinks is and we have Anastasia and her dad with the video winning the Influencer of the Year award in the conference last year. So what I mentioned is that I think that traditional Hollywood executives, when they create content and TV shows, they always think about a format. What's the format? The Voice is a singing competition where the judges, the mentors, need to select musicians without seeing their face, just by listening to their voice. This is the format. And what's interesting is that YouTubers and creators and influencers, even if they don't think about it, they have their own format. And I think there's going to be a merge now where creators will start to think more about formats and create formats on YouTube, on platforms like Twitch and on TikTok. And at some point, there will be a convergence where some of these shows like The Bachelor or The Voice, some of them will evolve into social media platforms. We are very excited about things like that. These are some of the things that we develop and interesting to create, obviously with talent. Everything that we do is around talent. And that's why we have our incubator and our venture fund, where we invest and create content with talent, with influencers, and help them expand their reach of social media platforms into products and events and whatever we can do around the franchise. Yeah, people ask about the venture fund and the incubator. So our venture fund, we realized that the influencers and the creators see a lot of opportunities, and the audience want more than just creating the content. And as I mentioned, we are trying to apply the Disney franchise model with some top creators, and that's why we have a venture fund where we invest and create companies and products and brands with talent. We actually just created and co-founded a wellness company with Ian Somerhalder, who is not even a YouTuber. He's a TV star. He was on Vampire Diaries and Lost, and he just had a show on Netflix called V-Wars. And he actually met us and talked about some things that he had as needs as a TV actor and an influencer, working long hours and couldn't find any source of energy that is healthy. And that's why we created a wellness company together. We invested in the company, and now we're developing the brand of creating healthy energy drinks and different focus drinks and different healthy products with him. We're doing the same now with Anastasia, where we create products with her and different toy companies, and hopefully we'll be able to announce a few other projects that we invested in creating these days. Yes, celebrities and brands who are not on YouTube or other platforms and want to get accelerated start. Yeah, you see more and more celebrities now, or let's call them traditional celebrities, joining YouTube. Some of them are more successful, some of them are not, but I think the best case study is probably Will Smith, who became a huge YouTube star and TikTok star, but he took it very seriously. A lot of celebrities think that, okay, I'm going to create some content and I'm going to have 20 million followers on YouTube or TikTok. It's not working like that. If you don't really invest your time and get a team around it and work with the platforms to learn the algorithm, it's going to be very hard to be successful only if you have a name. So Will Smith is a great example of someone that really took the YouTube vlogging experience and created great content around it. Another great example is Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart, the comedian, didn't want to just create a vlog. He said, I'm going to create a show format, similar to what I talked about 5 minutes ago about taking TV show formats into YouTube. He created an interview show where it called Cold as Balls, if I'm not wrong. And basically, he interviewed different celebrities while sitting in a very cold tub. They are both in a cold tub, and they answer questions, and it's getting colder and colder. Probably inspired by the famous Complex show, Hot Ones, where they interview someone while eating spicy hot wings. And as time goes by, the hot wings are spicier and spicier, and the celebrity has to answer very, very tricky questions. So for celebrities and brands, find the right partners that already understand the platform. Don't just go on YouTube and let's create a video and see what happened, and then create another video in a month. There is a way, there is a format for YouTube and TikTok. So either you're a brand or a celebrity, find potential partners that can help you, talk with the platforms, understand how it works. For brands, it's even more important because I gave the example of the Apple video that I just watched on YouTube. Look it up. This is a great way to create content. Nike's channel on YouTube, and Instagram and TikTok, great way to create branded content. So if you don't have the in-house production team that knows how to create content for social media, find companies. You don't have to work with Eula. You can work with other companies as well, but find a company that knows how to tell the stories on different platforms. The story that you tell on YouTube cannot be the same story you tell on TikTok. Different platforms, different algorithms, different content. I think that's it for today. Thank you very much, everyone, on the behalf of me and Anastasia and her family. Thank you very much. If you guys have any other questions, feel free to reach out on any platform you want. My name is Eyal Baumel, and have a great rest of your day, guys. Yeah, that was the video from Anastasia and her family. She won the Influencer of the Year award last year. Last year was an amazing year for her, and the recognition from the Influencer Marketing Conference and Expo was a big part of that. Ryan, which was the most popular YouTuber, kid YouTuber in 2018, won the award the year before. So we were very happy to win last year. And just hoping to continue the great awareness and momentum that she has.
Hi, my name is Mara Genovese. I'm the CEO and founder of Imaging Power. Imaging Power is a global influencer marketing agency. We work on creating innovative influencer marketing campaigns to help and support brands to connect with an audience worldwide. Imaging Power is headquartered in London, but we work on a global level. So our main markets are USA, Europe, Southeast Asia, Russia, and Latin. Today, I'm very excited to be here to talk with you about the Latin market. As being Brazilian myself, I've been living in London for 15 years, but having my agency here, you can imagine that we still have lots of clients in Brazil, especially, and we work quite often to supporting brands to create and penetrate in Latin. So today I will focus on Brazil. But before we go to Brazil, I wanted to talk to you about some facts about Latin. Latin today is the fourth largest market when it comes to mobile market. So that means that it's a great opportunity for brands that are considering to connect audience that are very mobile. So Brazil, we see Latin, is the largest in terms of social media users. For you to have an idea, in Brazil, people spend 3.3 hours per day on social channels compared to 2.2 hours on watching TV. When you look to compare that with USA, for example, they spend per hour 2.2 hours on social versus 2.8 hours on TV. So you can see that there's a huge opportunity in terms of penetrate into this consumer social audience in Brazil. So Brazil, big market has been colonized by Portuguese, followed by Italians, Germans, and Dutch. You can imagine that the country, the state, they can be very, very different. Different in terms of the way they dress, the way they behave, the food, the accent. So deep dive into the culture of each stage and understand where is your consumer is key part of research before thinking on going to create influencer marketing strategy. Micro influencers, they played a big role in Brazil when it comes to create niche cultural content, and the engagement can be very, very high. So definitely micro influencer, a good tier to consider if you're looking to create cultural content within the states of Brazil. So second point I'd like to mention is to understand the political and economic situation of Brazil, because this can definitely interfere on your results, interfere in your strategy. Right now, as you probably know, Brazil is facing a huge challenge, political and of course with COVID-19. So these are very kind of key important facts to, if you're looking to go there now, understand what are the opportunities we see these two big challenges that the marketing face and how to penetrate and enter into the market in a way that these two topics won't interfere on your results and your investment. So another thing that I always mention to my clients is before we create a narrative, a storytelling, what's the topic? What's the trend? What's happening right now? So right now, to give you some example, sustainability is being a great topic and trend in Brazil. People, consumer, they are more aware of sustainability. Why it's important to be sustainable, especially for what you're seeing that's happening with the Amazon forest in the past year. So I think that has given more awareness of the importance of being sustainable and taking care of a country, of animal welfare and Amazon, of course. So you see that many celebrities are much more focused on that subject, and it's giving opportunity for brands that are sustainable, that are more green, that can use the voice of the influencers to explore more on the importance of being sustainable. So another thing, another topic that in Brazil is huge is beauty and fashion. Over 35% of influencers in Brazil, they talk about beauty and they talk about fashion. So you can see big influencers that are not celebrities. For instance, Tassia Naves, huge fashion and beauty influencer in Brazil, over 2.2 million followers. She's been an influencer for the past 10 years, and she's a huge name for brands when they are considered to work with the fashion, to promote a fashion brand or a beauty brand. Camila Coelho, another incredible example, a Brazilian that's based in US, but it's incredible influencer that became a celebrity because she started as talking about beauty, makeup, and today Camila Coelho is being seen as being a big celebrity. So in Brazil, it's very funny because you have the actual celebrities that at the same time they are influencers, but you do have the influencers that became celebrities. So it's definitely an important kind of element when analyzing the type of influencer you want to activate, because people are always saying, okay, I really wanted just to work with celebrities in Brazil. I don't want to work with influencers, but influencers are now celebrities and celebrities are now influencers. So great tip here on that. So another thing that I would like to mention about being a hot topic in Brazil is the empowerment, the feminism, that movement that we've been seeing across the globe in the past year. In Brazil, this is a hot topic. We've seen big names like Bruna Marquezine really typing into that subject And that movement of putting the voice of the woman right there and empowering the woman is being a hot topic and great opportunity for brands that want to type more into that cultural element of the feminism. And of course, Black Lives Matters. Black Lives Matters that started in US this year and then spread the message across the world. In Brazil, Black Lives Matters for the past 3 months has been a hot topic, hot trend, where you can see voices of celebrities and influencers be much more outspoken out there about the importance of not being racist and the importance of treat each other as being one. So again, always consider and think and research on the hot trend topics in Brazil because they will make a huge difference when you're creating your strategy. So now I think I wanted to go and talk about TikTok. Because my clients, they always ask and brands always come to us and say, all right, but how is TikTok in Brazil? Is TikTok is a big channel? Is a channel there that we can consider? Yes. TikTok in Brazil, it's huge. So despite the fact that what we've been seeing about press on TikTok, that India has been banned, US has been considered to ban TikTok, Brazil, TikTok, if you're going there, very important social channel to consider, especially now during the COVID-19 and lockdown. TikTok has exploded in Brazil. Hot trends on TikTok for Brazil: beauty, fashion, and comedy. So you can see incredible comedies on TikTok creating amazing content that engage and content that are fun, creative, and innovative. So definitely TikTok, a platform to think. People asking, clients asking, but what about Hughes? Instagram just launched Hughes in Brazil. It will impact on performance on TikTok. Will the influencers, celebrities stop creating content on TikTok to go for Hughes? No. So I know the intention of Instagram with Hughes is take the market share from TikTok and bring back to Instagram. If this will happen, sorry, we don't know. But one thing we know that TikTok will continue to increase and will continue to be seen as one of the main channels for brands when putting together an influencer marketing strategy. Let's talk about now in Brazil, what is the similarities with Latin, Brazil, and West? So there's a lot of similarities because influencer marketing, it's kind of the same kind of, let's say, formula in terms of strategy, but they can differ on terms of consumer behave. So West, they behave in a way that is very different from Latin when it comes to emotional, when it comes to content that are meaningful. So in West, we see that more and more consumers are more interested in content that has purpose, in content that are meaningful. As in Latin, especially in Brazil, people are looking more to content that will make an emotional impact on them. So this kind of element in terms of what consumers are looking to engage are very important. So different and tiers. So in Brazil, you can find higher number of mega influencer with over 1 million followers. This is because of the boom that Brazil had on social media users in the past 4 years, where influencers that before was mid-tier or macro, they managed to grow their account really, really, really quickly because of the amount of time that consumers spend on social channels. Whereas the West, you don't see that many. Of course, you still see mega influencers and celebrities, but when you compare West to Latin, especially Brazil, you see that the numbers of celebrities and mega influencers are much higher when you look to the market in West. So, but what's the difference in terms of like activating with a celebrity mega influencer in Brazil, Latin versus West? So in Brazil, mega influencer, as I mentioned before, they're seen as celebrities. So consumers, they like to treat them as a celebrity. They love to see what they're doing, what they're purchase, and they're very kind of driven and follow and receive their advice more than celebrities. So for example, if a celebrity go and start promoting a makeup brand, a lipstick, for example. So the celebrity will be able to create a brand awareness for that product where the mega influencer will convert, will bring the conversion for that product because consumer, they really trust the word and the recommendation of an influencer more than a celebrity, which is the opposite in West. We see that in West, this is changing, but it's different. So in West, people do believe that celebrities, they trust and they can convert, and the mega influencers does not convert as much as a celebrity would convert in Brazil. So this is a very important subject. When it comes to investment, brands always ask us, what will be the size of investment that we should consider if you're looking to create an influencer marketing in Brazil? Is Brazil an expensive market? Is cheaper than US or in Europe? So Brazil is definitely not a cheap market when it's coming to influencer marketing. For you to have an idea, macro and celebrities, they can charge an average of 5 to 10K dollars for one post on Instagram. And then why is that? Because in Brazil, influencers, they have a higher engagement rate, a higher reach, and a higher performance when it comes to views on videos, Insta stories, IGTV. So influencers, they charge based on their engagement rate, impressions, and reach. So even though in Brazil we're talking about Brazilian real, it's still a very expensive market, even when you do the conversion rate between dollars, for example, into real. So another question brands always ask, all right, but then what's the minimum we need to consider to activate and do a campaign in Brazil? So the minimum I would say between 15 to 25K dollars to start with, but then of course we have to believe and that with that amount you wouldn't be able to activate more than one mega influencer. So 15 to 25K dollars, we're talking about a campaign that will be involved much more of like micro mid-tier influencer rather than macro and mega influencer. So micro influence, as I mentioned in the beginning, is playing a big role in Brazil right now. So we are seeing a huge shift in terms of them being engaging more than sometimes the mid-tier and macro influencer due to the fact that they can type into very niche cultural segment where macro and mega influencer cannot do, because they focus more on brand awareness, where the micro, we are seeing that swift where they can engage more and convert more. So important element to consider is to mix up the tiers, because each tier can bring a different result into a campaign in Brazil. So in terms of what's the trends in social channels in Brazil, I would say Instagram, of course, big social player in Brazil. Facebook, we still see lots of people, consumer, still using Facebook. TikTok, as I mentioned before. Snapchat, it's coming back. It was very popular in Brazil 4 years ago, but then with the enter of Instagram with Insta stories, so Snapchat, they actually lost the market share. But we are seeing a coming back of Snapchat. Is low, but we are seeing that Snapchat is slowly coming back into the market. YouTube, huge social channel in Brazil, especially for gamers and for apps. So YouTube comment, huge for comment channels. So YouTube definitely consider. And of course, now more than ever, Twitch, which is a gaming platform for social, we see a big, fast growing momentum for Twitch, for brands, for gaming products. So definitely Twitch is a great opportunity for in Brazil when you like putting together your influencer marketing strategy. So that's it for me today. I've been very happy to be participate on this conference, and I will be more than happy to be answer any question that you might have about Latam, about Brazil. If you wanted to reach us out, please do not hesitate to do so. So my email is mg@mgempower.com and our website is mgempower.com. I hope you have enjoyed our conversation, and I do hope to see you soon. And take care, be safe, and until next time. Bye bye.